Check, check, 1, 2. We will start momentarily.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you out to our research farm here at Kentucky State University. My name is Edwin Chavous, and I am the Small Farm Outreach Training and Technical Assistance Coordinator. I guess you know that our topic today is aquaculture. I have a couple general announcements that I'd like to make before I turn it over to Dr. Semmens. Next Wednesday at the Georgetown Stockyard, we will have our fourth Wednesday beef cattle meeting starting at 6 p.m. We welcome each and every one of you to come out over to Georgetown. We have those every other month. Next, in June, we'll be having our Western Kentucky Small Farmers Conference, the 9th and 10th. There's no registration costs, but you will have to cover your lodging if you wish to stay. So again, our aquaculture department has an excellent program outlined for us today. So at this time, Dr. Semmens will come and give some more remarks, and we'll turn the program over to him. Yeah, it's up here.
Thank you very much. Good morning. What a gorgeous day, huh? All right, so. Speak up, sir. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm Jonathan, just press it. Okay, I'll go through this. I hope we're looking like 15, 20 minutes, right? Okay, all right. We're working on floating raceways for the small farm. We have the raceways here. They're in the pond down below. Right now, there's bass in those raceways. And the reason we're focusing on bass is because bass are a higher value fish than a catfish will. We started with some catfish, and I'm going to feature some catfish numbers in here, but we're working with bass right now, and they bring a better price per pound. They also have the advantage of being relevant to both the sport market and the food fish market. Okay. Our group is here. Loud enough now? Good. James Brown, Uche, I can't really use his whole name. He's from Benin. Myself, Tyler, and Dawson, and those three guys were working out there this morning. All of our work on floating raceways is supported by USDA, but it's supported in part with an Evans Allen project, in part with a capacity building grant, and also from the departmental funds. The aquaculture gets support from the Regional University Excellence Trust Fund. Many people have ponds, but they can't drain them. So this is a picture of the pond before we started doing anything, the pond down below. Very often there are weeds around the edge. There's some bass and bluegill in there, maybe some catfish. It's not really managed to be a source of income for the farm. Usually it's just maybe a water source for cattle. It might be a sporting, where the kids can go fishing. It's not managed for fish production. And yet we look at the other lands around here, the pastures and such, and you think in terms of how do you manage them for a return? We can do the same type of thing with our water. But if you have a pond that you can't drain and it's not really made for aquaculture, what do? Probably you don't do aquaculture. And aquaculture I'm talking about is farming fish. Usually it's basically feeding fish and taking a small fish and growing it to a larger size and then selling it. So we wanted to have a device or a means by which a small farm could use their pond to produce something. And cages is something that have been laid out before. I'm keen on Raceways because I did some work with trout. I like Raceways for a number of reasons. And the concept of a raceway is simply a channel. If you've been to a trout farm, you may have seen they're usually a concrete channel. Water flows in one end and out the other, just like a small stream. And then you have a screen on the upper end. You put fish in it, and you have a screen on the lower end, and that water flows through that. In this case, I'm calling it a raceway. So you can see we have a screen in red on one end, a screen in red on the other, and the material we have can be something that's impervious. It could be plastic, it could be wood, it could be concrete if it were made on like a trout raceway. But we're floating this in the pond, so we're not going to use concrete. So there's the concept. You have water flowing, and you can have fish at a high density. You can protect the fish, you can feed the fish, you can treat them if they get sick, whereas treating an entire pond would be rather difficult. Now, a real key to this that is what I consider a fairly recent development, how do you induce this flow and aerate the water at the same time? There's something I'm calling a grid airlift. Auburn might call it a white water mover. But you have an air blower, which is a high volume, low pressure device, not an air compressor. That's a low volume, high pressure. And the air blower, we're using what amounts to a soaker hose type material so that the air is pushed through the soaker hose. It creates a bubble. And if you create the soaker hose with a grid form, you have a whole square of bubbles rising all at the same time. And then you contain it so it only has one direction. And that'll induce a current into the raceway. So the features, we're trying to use water sources that are not usually drained. We have a continuous flow. We're pushing rather than lifting the water, so the efficiency of water movement is really quite good. On our large raceways, we're moving around 3,000 gallons a minute. Smaller raceways, around 1,000 gallons a minute. So the fish are grown at a high density, readily accessible, and this is really important. If you're a small grower and you got to get up 100 pounds of fish for some event, you can do that. If you go to a catfish farm and ask them to seine a pond with a crew of 5 folks, they're going to look at you sideways and say, well, only if we're in the pond already and we're dipping fish. So this allows access for the little guy to maybe handle smaller orders, and hopefully orders that might have a little better price than the commodity price that the catfish growers get. It should be possible to protect them from predators. We need to do more work on that. We have a very persistent great blue heron, I think, that comes in, and the fish just stop feeding when that silhouette passes overhead. So it fits a labor profile of a small farm. It can be supplementary to existing pond use. You can still use it for sport fishing if you want. You can still water your cattle. And the pond itself, we're talking about feeding the fish The pond itself will get a stronger bloom on it. You're adding nutrients. And, if when you fertilize, a little bit of fertilization, a little bit of nutrient addition can be called fertilization. Too much nutrient addition can be called pollution. But the bottom line is the pond processes the waste, and with a floating raceway, there is some potential to recover solid waste, though we're not doing that now. And if it doesn't work out, you can load the damn thing on a truck and haul it off and sell it to your neighbor, okay? So we have a couple out there. Urex Farm in London has one, and he uses it for catfish. He has catfish spawning in this pond. There are no bass bluegill. He has catfish spawning in this pond. He has a raceway where he can grow out the fish. The spawn can be trapped or somehow captured, and so he has a source of fingerlings for his raceway, which means you don't have to buy fingerlings. Of course, if you had bass bluegill in the pond, you wouldn't have catfish fingerlings to do that with, so just being catfish alone is a good thing. And he can put trout in the wintertime, too. He'd do more trout if he felt like he had a good market for them. Right now, he's not growing trout. I know Deborah's looking at me sideways. I'm sure there's a market for trout, but for James to sell 2,000 pounds of trout in the month of, let's say, April. Okay, see, there's a way. There's a way. So who might use a floating raceway? An existing fish farm. Again, we're working with largemouth, and there may be some ways to make fingerlings or stocker size. You might have a new enterprise on a small farm. You might have a fee fishing business where you want to have fish to hold for stocking, or even grow fish for stocking. You might be a live fish distributor. Some of the live fish distributors will deliver to ethnic markets as a food fish. You might be a commercial fisherman who would hold live fish for market. You might be a sporting club, or you want to create more fish for fishing. You might be an individual simply wanting a stash of your own. Or you might have a community organization that would want to have a fishing day, and someone would want to grow some fish for that. And 4-H and so forth, traditionally you tend an animal like a horse or a cow or a pig or a chicken or whatever, and you learn from it. Well, you can do the same thing with fish. So the type of fish to consider, paddlefish would not be a choice. Paddlefish doesn't take a floating pellet easily, doesn't take a high density. Catfish will, rainbow trout will in the winter, largemouth bass and hybrid striped bass. Tilapia in the summer, yellow perch would work, koi, a fish that will eat a feed pellet and grow and take the density. So here is an example for catfish. In a system we're calling our 9.5 cubic meter unit, our small raceway. And the two we have down there, the reason we say small raceway is we have a description of how to make one for under $3,000. And that includes the airlift, that includes the air blower and so forth. I'm assuming we'll stock 2,000 fish. We'll expect about a 10% mortality on an annual basis. We'll start with an 8-inch fingerling at the beginning of the year. January 1, we'll feed to satiation. We'll expect a feed conversion of around 1.7, and we will expect the fish, maybe they won't grow at their full potential, but some amount under that, around 80%. Now, the reason I have all this like this is I have a little program that forecasts how the fish should grow, and this was what I used to generate the numbers. And this is what it looks like. You start in January and February, the blue there, it says that's the total weight of fish. So where does the growth occur? When it warms up. The amount fed per month is in the gray. And you can see your feed in August and September is greatest, not necessarily because your temperatures are best then, but because the fish have grown enough that they can eat that amount. Your early growth is very, very important to get to that point. Your growing season would be maybe late May through June, July, August, and so if you started with a lot more pounds, let's see, how would that work? Total weight is in the first column, average weight in the second column, amount fed per month, cumulative amount fed in the next column, and number of fish. So you start with 2,000. The end of January, you have 1,984, and you see at the very end, you end up with 1,800 fish at the very bottom right-hand corner of that chart. So that's the number of fish in that column. If you go to the far left, your weight that you're carrying, you start with about 270 pounds of fish. They don't eat in January, do they? A lot of folks wouldn't even stock them in January. Well, for this exercise, I started in January. You might end up just stocking them at the beginning of March. But anyway, you end up with, in June, at the end of June, you have 450 pounds. At the end of August, you have 1,100 pounds. That corresponds to how much appetite the fish have, how much they'll grow. And it shows, again, this would be for growing about a ton of catfish. And we believe that this is possible in the system that we have right now. So what do we have? Out there we have 3 large raceways that were purchased from a company called Superior Raceways. And they're made of polyethylene. They're sort of a U-shaped cross-section. They're too deep for us to walk in. They have about capacity for about 11,000 gallons. That's why it's model number 11,000. The smaller raceways are things we've made. They cost considerably less. There's something you can make on the farm, and you can put a walkway across them, and they're self-floating. They have their own flotation, whereas the large raceways, the flotation has to be on either side, and the raceway then is supported with a strap or something underneath it. And that's how it's floated. There's a device on either end, and we've tried different devices, but we like the grid airlift, and we have electrical power out to the thing. So our goals for building our raceways are to have flotation built into the raceway rather than have it outside. Suspend the raceway from a floating frame. So that's what we do. We have a uniform cross section. I like to be able to get in my raceways and crowd the fish. I like to be able to work them myself, so a walkable depth, and assembling with common materials at the point of use. So a hard flat bottom, vertical sides, keyway for screens, and the entire end wall is an open screen. You want to have a high volume flow and uniform flow if you can possibly get that. So we think we can grow a ton of catfish in that. The units we're making are 32 feet long, 4 feet deep, 4 feet wide, rearing space 9.5 cubic meters. There are double keyways and center keyways. That's a picture of one on the right-hand side there. There's a grid airlift with a 1/2 horsepower blower. Gives a flow about 1,000 gallons per minute, and estimated cost for materials, flotation, air blower, screens, and grid airlift of about $2,700. We have a list of materials needed. We have a draft of a order of assembly with photographs to show how this is done. And we are currently in the middle of a grant where we're searching, or we're seeking collaborators who can be case studies, different sorts of case studies. And these are examples: an existing fish farm, new enterprise on a small farm, fee fishing or pay lake, and so forth, the same groups that I talked about earlier in the presentation. The objective would be for us to provide the raceway. It would be at their location in their water. have to have electrical power, reliable source. What happens if the power goes out and you got a ton of fish in the raceway? Here's our Franklin high school folks. What happens if the power goes out and the flow stops? They stay in there, but what happens to them in there? If you don't have flow, yeah, sometimes if there's not enough oxygen, what happens? They croak. And that's not a frog croak, that's a permanent croak. The collaborator would also provide fingerlings feed and labor. We would provide an oxygen meter, the Raceway with blower. We may be able to assist with other materials, but that's what we'll commit to up front. And we'll provide expertise and guidance, and we want to be able to document how well or how poorly or what was learned in the process. And that's it. How am I doing on time, guys? Okay, he says good. All right, so are the questions?
So you talked about the production and where I'm used to aquaculture, that's very small numbers. However, you didn't talk about a market. Why? You're not going to sell it to me unless I know I can sell it.
Okay, here.
You want this back?
No, I've been using a microphone. She said, okay, you can grow these things, then what do you do? Honestly, that's a bigger problem, isn't it?
That's why you mentioned it.
Well, let me just say that I haven't solved that one as well as I've solved the first one. That's one reason why James is not growing trout. Now, what James has been successful with is selling catfish to, whether it's to pay lakes, or it may be live haulers, it may be folks in the community that just want to have a few fish. And it's true that you just can't go to the sale barn and sell your product. Now, a separate project that I'd love to develop would be something where there would be a hub, and there would you might consider it a cooperative of sorts, but the small farmers have difficulty in supplying fish to a regular market year-round. And so they have to work collectively to deal with that. I contend that we need a measure of infrastructure and some cooperation in order to work with small farmers to meet the market as it needs to be met. But you're right. It's a big problem. If you got a bunch of fish, how are you going to sell them? And honestly, that's a tough thing to deal with.
All right. Thanks, Ken. Next, we have Dr. Noel Novelo giving us a tilapia update. Noel? You know how to use this, I trust. Not to lose your pencil.
Figure it out. Thank you. This is forward, backwards.
Sure.
Hello, very pleasant good morning to our YouTube audience. Yes, we do have a YouTube audience, and I believe we're live. They may be in Algeria, in Belize, in Mexico, somewhere out there in the globe. Also, a very pleasant good morning to our audience here at the Harold Benson Research Center. We do have representatives from the Soil Genetics Company. Can I just really quickly ask you your name and affiliation? Yes.
My name is Justin Chavous, and I'm interested in starting fish farm.
Okay, excellent. A special welcome to to the high school group. At our aquaculture facility, we provide opportunities for high school students to come and do some internship and learn about aquaculture. So you can contact any one of the professors or someone that you know to find out more. But could I just have one of you say your name and which high school you're from? Very well, thank you. And so let me go ahead and proceed with this presentation. It is intended to really provide information. It's intended to be training. It's intended to open our minds as to what situation we're in and what we can do about it. And really, at the end of the day, whenever we are faced with problems, and I'm speaking especially to the high school students, whenever we're faced with problems, any kind of problems, first we need to define it and understand it. And secondly, we need to know we have options. Problems are also opportunities. Where there's a problem, find the opportunity, okay? This is a life lesson for you, and something which I really admire in people that I look up with. So my topic today is challenges and advances in Kentucky tilapia production. And you will see what I mean when I tell you this life message of problems. So first, though, I would like to feature some of the local Kentucky farms and businesses, provide you with some facts about the tilapia, unbelievable facts, delineate some challenges and prospects in farming tilapia in Kentucky and in the US, report on the tilapia project that we are working on at Kentucky State University, and feature hands-on participation of high school students working alongside graduate students in the tilapia project. Finally, last two slides on future prospects, where we're going, the technology we're using. So with every slide that comes up, the next 5 slides, it will feature a website or some information I was able to get online, and it will feature where the county in Kentucky. In this case, River City Aquaponics is clearly selling a whole fish at a local market, maybe in Simpsonville market. And so they are also using it in an aquaponic system where they're growing the fish and the plants together. So this is just to illustrate that this is happening here in Kentucky. Another tilapia producer is West Kentucky Aquaponics. You can see the fillet. You can order online for those of you that are savvy online. I'm not. I want to see my fish, touch it, feel it, look at its eyes, and see if it's shiny or not. If it's not shiny and if it's gray and opaque, it's not a good fish to buy. So I like to see my fish. But you know, for the pandemic, a lot of online shopping occurred, and this is West Kentucky Aquaponics in Benton, Kentucky. One of our older farms that focuses really on the production of aquaculture products is owned by Rocky Allen. This is his website, Crystal Bridge Fish Farm in Crestwood, Kentucky. Fishgate Farms is in Greensbury, Kentucky, and you can see that they are using aquaponic system as well. Nearby in Lexington, very close to a higher population area, we're looking at food chain that offers a variety of products, but also includes growing fish. I like the saying that it says here, it isn't just about feeding people, it's about something about nurturing and the community. It's a good message. Aquafresh Farms, I had the opportunity to speak to them over the phone yesterday or the day before, and they said they slowed things down over the pandemic, but before that they were thriving. They were providing lettuce to Churchill Downs. They're close to Louisville, I believe. They're in Mount Washington, Kentucky, also producing tilapia. What's a fact about tilapia that we need to know? It is not man-made. I was at a professional conference and a graduate student approaches me and says, is this tilapia man-made? No, man has not made tilapia. The tilapia occurred naturally in Africa. It is endemic to Africa and the Jordan River Valley. And it's been farmed since the pharaohs in 2000 BC, so about 4,000 years now. And specifically, Egypt is credited for it, and Nile tilapia is the specific species that they have identified. There are multiple species of tilapia. That's another fact. The tilapia is not just a tilapia. It can come out of either a range. Right now, is most recent report, there's 52 species on a paper, but previous to that, taxonomists, people that classify species, they're in debate. So that number, we need to keep updating it. But in general, they fall into 3 groups based on their reproductive behavior. Some of them keep their fertilized eggs in the mouth and incubating them. They're not eating them. They're providing with their upper column opening and closing, flow of water, oxygen, and incubating those fish until they're able to be independent. Those are mostly in the Oreochromis, which occurs in Central and Eastern Africa. If you're able to see the color code, then you can see the part of Africa that comes from. The genus Tilapia is distributed in Western Central Africa, so tilapia itself is a scientific classification of the group of fish we know as tilapia. And the genus Atherodon occurs in West Africa, which is, right around there. Oh, look, there's a light. And it goes towards, they're distributed towards the Nile River here in Egypt. So that's the range for Atherodon. It is not a man-made fish. Tilapia, why am I interested, why is Kentucky State interested in working in tilapia? Tilapia is the second most cultured group of fish in the world, apart from carp, common carp. And the Oreochromis species are the group of fish that are more commercially important. So out of 12 or 13 major tilapia species that are cultured around the world, the majority, 9 to 10 of them, are Oreochromis or Oreochromis hybrid. The third most farmed fish species in the world, or if you were to measure by weight, the amount of fish the different types of fish that are produced in the world, based on the statistics I got from an FAO database, Nile tilapia is the third most farmed fish product by weight, right? So they're the third fish after 2 carp. So that's how important this fish is for food security, global food security, and as a source of protein. Talking about protein, USDA tilapia nutritional facts available to all of you, if you Google it, is 1 cooked tilapia fillet has 112 calories. It has total carbohydrates of 0 and cholesterol 50 milligrams. It has 23 grams of lean protein. Our high school students, what is protein used for? Yes, I heard right. Yes, that's correct. It is for building muscles. It is for building muscles, and it helps us with our growth and well-being. We really do need protein to feel full. Next. Other specific nutrients are potassium, the vitamins, you see B6, vitamin D, calcium, and cobamine. And all of these are related to the body biology of our muscles, of our bones, our red blood cell production, and our ability to fight infection. So if you eat a tilapia, whole fish fillet, you are getting these nutrients. Another U.S. Tilapia consumption. How much is U.S. eating tilapia? The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has listed tilapia as one of the best choices for pregnant or breastfeeding women and children over 2 years of age. The National Fisheries Institute has ranked tilapia as 4th or 5th in the past few years since 2017. So out of shrimp and salmon and canned tuna. Canned tuna is probably above tilapia. Someone had asked me what other fish was up there. Tuna is. But tilapia is the 4th or 5th most consumed seafood product in the U.S. Now, here's the problem, here's the challenge, here's the opportunity. The U.S. has maintained production of tilapia to about and I would say this is a higher number, 10,000, if you see that dotted line right there. But it's more likely in the past few years about 7,000 or 6,000 to 7,000 metric tons. Just think about the numbers, maybe not the units for right now, okay? Even though if you want to do the math, there's 1 metric ton to 2,204 pounds. But let's just think simply about numbers. So let's just say 10,000, right? How does that compare to what we import? Well, let's see. The red line is what we import. And even though that line shows an import decline over the past few years, if we were to look at a specific data point, such as in 2017, the US production was about 8 to 9 metric tons. But look at how much was imported. About 180, is that million? Metric tons. Put those numbers beside each other. So what becomes clear is that one of our problems and opportunities is that we have a low production. If there is a low production, then we need to invest in our farmers, invest in our communities to support local tilapia producers so that we're able to grow the tilapia industry in Kentucky and the US. So according to the aquaculture census of 2018, and this is the most recent data I was able to get, there were 6 Kentucky tilapia farms and about $29,000 in sales amongst the 6 of them. And 5 Kentucky farms in 2013, not much of a big difference as reported by this source, that had 13,000. So actually the value went up over the years. What did I start off the presentation by saying? In every problem there is an? Thank you very much. So, am I going to sit here and be bewildered and say there are millions of tilapia fillets and heads and whole fish being sold in? Am I going to listen to someone that in the gas station that tells me that Kentucky cannot do this, that we cannot compete against imports? Am I going to be overwhelmed by the weight of this problem? The answer is a big no. No, we're not. You know, as we increase and invest in our ability to produce our own local food, we need to do that in the face of a problem that we see, right? So we see a pattern over the past few years of importation. Let us build forth a pattern of local food production in Kentucky and in the US, and in particular, let's work on building our tilapia aquaculture. This is not something that will happen overnight. It is tedious, it's hard work. It requires a lot of planning and vision for the next 5, 10 years, but it will happen. Why? Because we are doing something about it. If we were doing nothing about it, then we can expect import patterns and things to remain the same. But if you want to address a problem, sometimes you want to avoid it, right? Just hide and move our face and just not talk to people. But the way to make a problem disappear is to address it. And guess what? Other problems will come up. So what do we look for? Opportunities. Thank you so much. So the KSU tilapia projects were designed to address the need to improve our self-sufficiency in local food production, to impact local farming and the livelihood and health of Kentuckians. The funding for our work has come from the USDA National Institute of Food and Agriculture Capacity Building Program. So we actually had to apply for grants and funding to get these projects underway. The first project was between 2015 and 2019, which used crossbreeding as a method to produce all male, because all male grow larger and faster in tilapia than females. So we were looking at a faster growing fish as well. So there needs to be research. Research is what will drive us forward. The US, the advantage of the US, it has research. It has the money to be able to invest in research. It has the technologies. So while other people have cheaper labor, we need to look at our own advantages and maximize our use of the advantages we have in our hands. But if someone gives you a machete and you don't do anything with that, then Machette will stay there. The technology will stay there. So really, we need to open our minds and recognize what we have, the technologies we have, the value, and how we can use it to our advantage. The current project for tilapia Kentucky production has the title of Expanding Aquaculture and Healthy Food Choices to Reduce Economic and Health Disparities Affecting Minority and Limited Resource Stakeholders in particular, but working towards Kentucky and U.S. tilapia production and our wider community. The special highlight here, people, is this. Usually a geneticist will only think of genetics. An aquaculturist will only think about aquaculture. Very, very focused field. What we did with this project was we're combining cooking with going out there and getting data on how much will you pay for this fish, with working with farmers for on-farm demonstration, with improving growth rates through our genetic studies of the fish that we want to provide Kentucky with. That's different approaches to solve a main problem. We ask, where do we sell our fish? That's a problem to sell our fish. Well, the first thing we need to do is really make an inventory of the businesses that would be willing to buy your fish. What restaurants are nearby? You know, are there ethnic groups that live in your neighborhood? What are your demographics? You need to get that information, right? And the problem becomes when we grow fish and we don't do that homework before we grow the fish. So this is what I suggested in this proposal, is what we're suggesting actually, because it's a group of us working on it, not the least of which is my graduate student Cole Daleiden here present, as well as Jeffrey Warner, who is also a co-investigator on this project. But I'm also working with a nutritionist and marketing specialist on this. So it's not all on me. It's not, one person cannot make it. You know, we need to work as a team to be able to fulfill our mission. So our goals, these priorities, you know, these are principles that drive us forward. We have to have fuel. We have to have motivation and a reason to do our work. What are our reasons? One, we want to expand opportunities for small businesses. We know we exist. We just identified it in the first few slides today. Two, we want to diversify our products. If you already had a farm, like Dr. Semmens says, you know, can we work with you and raise tilapia or some other fish with you? Of course, we want to secure our ability to grow our own food and to provide information for people to make decisions on healthier living. So yes, we do have a dream here, like Martin Luther King said. We have a dream, and we dream that we're able to produce our own food here in the United States. We dream that our people will take the technology and be aware of what they have in their hands and work together to overcome problems to make things work. This is our dream, okay? Our dream is to stimulate, our goal is to stimulate and diversify local aquaculture growth, to develop and maintain superior genetics. It's very difficult, as Cole can attest. It's very difficult to get your hands on broodstock and improve genetics at that. Right now, we're looking at replenishing our YY males from Sweden or UK. There's a whole lot of paperwork, but guess what? A local farmer has done that in the past. I don't see why KSU can't. Develop marketing and human sales resources, provide opportunities to reduce economic and health disparities in our minority groups. Kentucky State Aquaculture Program is a hands-on program. It embraces students from I was one of the first students. I entered the program in 2001, you know, and since then, 20 years ago, it's always been centered around students and the growth and development of students. The classes, the going in the ponds, the getting muddy, the getting wet, the long hours, then, you know, the feeling of being proud of you know, the work you've invested and what you've achieved in a day. sometimes, you know. This is the KSU Aquaculture program. It involves students at the high school level, the undergraduate level. I remember seeing Mark when he was working with Dr. Ray as an undergraduate student and having conversation with him. Today, he is our most recent graduate with a Master of Science degree. Please, let's give him and the other graduates a hand. The Tilapia project has provided opportunities for training of graduate and students in filleting and being involved in tilapia aquaculture. It has provided opportunities for students like Femi to present at the World Aquaculture Society on healthier living and healthier eating by development of videos, cooking videos and nutritional value. This JC is right now our most recent high school intern from Frankfort County, Frankfort High School, sorry. And Frankfort High School, we've been working with them since 2016. Every semester, we have 1 or 2 students that come and intern with our program to fulfill their high school requirement. And in the process, they learn, they become immersed. Our graduate students rely on them to get work done. And they fulfill their graduation requirement. Of course, here is Cole. On this particular day, Cole had harvested some fish. And this fish, he advised me to take a photo like this, so I did. This is actually based on Cole's advice, making it look all pretty and nice. And I put it on ice. Of course, we always keep it at the right temperature. But these are the fillets that he made, and we kept a whole fish for illustration purposes at collaboration activity with University of Kentucky Extension Program that has a series of presentations and information on diabetes and seafood. So this is our farm-to-table chef. For more information on her, you can go to judygornicatering.com. But she actually used the recipe we developed at KSU, the pan-seared garlic, tilapia, and spinach. In order to view more of our videos, you can, the media production team has been working with me and our group to develop, to record video content, to develop videos for publication, and in this case, specifically looking at how to select fish and other topics like that. So with this QR, I think it's QR code it's called, you can take a snap at the phone. You can contact me, and I'll send you the links or any other information you may want. I'm finished now. My last 2 slides about the future. In one nutshell, we're going to continue building our resources and using ultrasound imaging to diagnose reproductive condition of Nile tilapia for improving reproductive efficiency, selecting the right fish for spawning with the males. And we're working with that on other species as well. And finally, we're going to cryopreserve. Do you know what cryopreservation means? All right, basically it's suspending life and animation by controlling the temperature so that it reaches to -192 Celsius. It's really cold, liquid nitrogen temperatures, all right? So we have machines to do that. We are developing our capability for that. And we will preserve our superior genetics with it and protect it. So thank you all. My email is up there. And of course, this work is part of implementation of the project funded by USDA and NIFA Capacity Building Grant to Kentucky State University. So thank you very much.
Any questions for Noel? Yes, sir.
So with the proximity the K-State has to Golden Triangle here in Kentucky, you guys actually gotten into the three, thank you, into the three large population centers here in Kentucky, especially in Louisville, where you have such a large minority population with the urban food deserts.
The short answer to that is not yet. We want to get there, but first we need to have tilapia producers that produce tilapia at a higher, substantially, and at a timeline where we can then coordinate that. For right now, tilapia production in Kentucky is very segmented. Everyone is doing their own thing, importing fish from outside of the state and trying to do their best. What I'm proposing is that we get together, put our heads together, develop a plan, and work on it together. We can help each other out and reach the level where we're taking advantage of that try area. I know this has been done for shrimp, for Macrobreaker rosenbergi, through Dr. Tidwell and Sean Coyle's program, that we have tapped in those markets, even New York City. But we, at Kentucky State University, we are really just breaking ground and trying to provide resources. Angela?
Just to answer that, the producers that are producing tilapia have identified and nurtured those markets directly, and it is hitting the market, but they're coming straight to the farm. The production isn't big enough to hit that next level of needing to move it out, and we'll talk a little bit about that.
Now, the tilapia industry in the U.S. does know those markets, and they are more hopefully coordinated. They're more hopefully coordinated to hit them. Yes.
Another question, tilapia are more of a tropical fish, aren't they? How do you deal with the temperature issues where we have 4 seasons here?
Excellent. We don't have sea over here or salt water, 32 parts per thousand, but Dr. Ray's program is growing marine shrimp right here in a temperate program like that. Now, the fish that we identified as fast growing, we're getting, they grew at 4 grams per day, which, generally tilapia grow anywhere from 0.1 to 2 grams per day, maybe 3 on average. So we're looking at a faster growing tilapia that can reach about a pound or a quarter pound within 100 days, which is 120 days, which would be our season for growing in the summer outside that won't require heating. Yes, Mr. Neville?
Yes. Do you need to work with more local farmers?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have my telephone number?
I have your Facebook contacts too.
Gracias.
I don't have your telephone number, but I can text you and ask.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that is one of the things that we need, is to continue speaking with our farmers, because they can inform us about what we need to do and guide us as well, and contribute to our work. They're very essential for us. Angela?
Just to add to his comment, is we can grow tilapia here because they won't live through winter. However, and that's an issue in that my mother said I never needed one of these.
The people online can't hear you if you don't use
Okay, so Fish and Wildlife allows us, as we know, if you're in a commercial production for aquaculture here in Kentucky, you need a propagation permit, which is handled through Fish and Wildlife. Fish and Wildlife regulates all the species in all the waterways in Kentucky. So that being said, they are starting to put in some secondary containment, so in case fish get out, and they've been very flexible working with us as an industry. So that's a concern with some of those non-indigenous species. Especially, so it's a double-edged sword. We can grow them here because they won't live through winter, but we have to take those extra steps to make sure we don't cause an environmental impact.
All right, folks. Thank you much. Thank you, Noel. Next, we have Dr. Frederick Bebe to speak to us about skin cancer prevention among farmers.
Well, I think I will need this one. What is skin cancer doing with aquaculture? Most of you might ask. Well, How many of you know that May is Skin Cancer Awareness Month? May. Very good. I made a presentation, I think last month, at the Southern Middle School in Lexington. They had a health fair, and none of them knew, and they were so fascinated by what I presented. So, my presentation today is skin cancer prevention for farmers and farm workers. All of us know that farmers are more exposed to the sun than any other occupation. They work outside all the time. So they must be ready to protect themselves from the sun to avoid skin cancer. Sun protection is more important today than yesterday, as we shall see. The American Academy of Dermatology urges all Americans to protect themselves from the sun in order to minimize the risk of skin cancer. As I mentioned earlier, farmers whose outdoor work exposes them to excessive amounts of sun must be aware of the ongoing campaign every year in May that encourages them to adopt protective and preventive measures. So May is Skin Cancer Awareness Month. And this is important to farmers in Kentucky as the rates are increasing in predominantly agricultural counties and among low-income and minority farmers. That is, incidence rate is increasing every year. So what are the statistics? Melanoma is the most deadly form of skin cancer, as we know. As you can see on that map, Kentucky has one of the highest rates of skin cancer. The incidence rate in 2018 was 28.2 per 100,000 people, as compared to the average in the United States, which was 22.9. New cases between 2015 and 2019 were 7,750. And the death rate within that period was 1,055. For this year, it is projected that there will be 1,490 cases and 110 deaths. So, as we see, farmers have a large stake in protecting themselves because they're out there in the field working every day. So the question is, what is skin cancer? Essentially, there are three types. You have the squamous cell carcinoma, which actually is that found on the surface. Doesn't go deeper than the epidermis. You also have the basal cell carcinoma, and of course the deadly melanoma, which penetrates the epidermis, the dermis, and enters the bloodstream if not discovered early. And when it spreads into your bloodstream and becomes cancerous, it's deadly as it metastasizes. So what are the risk factors? Of course, we know that sun is a risk factor. But if you have a family history of melanoma, you have a 10 to 20% chance of you catching the disease. So, ultraviolet light from the sun and also tanning birds, if you decide to get some cosmetic appearance on your skin, under tanning beds, know that you stand a greater risk of having cancer, skin cancer. Also, people with fair skin who burn easily under the sun have a greater chance of getting skin cancer. If you have a lot of moles on your skin, you have a greater chance of having skin cancer. And also, most understand that skin cancer increases with age because this is a gradual process over the years. The older you become and expose yourself to the sun, you are at a greater risk of getting skin cancer. Race is also a factor. You know, whites are about 20 times more have more chance of having cancer than blacks or Hispanics. However, the incidence rate in blacks and other minorities is fast increasing, of course, because of changing lifestyles and vacations and so on. So this talk is very important because as we approach the summer, we shed our winter clothes away and try to get fun under the sun. So we must be very careful as we proceed this summer. So, Sun Smart Kentucky. Again, the slogan is, sun protection is more important today than yesterday. What is Sun Smart Kentucky? It is a KSU extension program, education program for farmers and farm workers. This has been developed right now. It is meant to educate and provide information on how farmers could protect themselves from the sun. It also meant to construct a role for cooperative extension agents in assisting farmers on how to protect themselves from developing skin cancer. Again, that's a picture on the right-hand side of me and an extension colleague, Mr. Kennedy, at the Lexington Southern High School or middle school, giving a talk in the health fair. So how can farmers protect themselves? How can they reduce the risk of skin cancer? 1, seek shade whenever appropriate. Normally, it is said that the sun rays are strongest between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Cover up long sleeve shirts and pants, hats, eyeglasses, simple, practical things that we do every day. If we maintain them, we'll be able to reduce our risk of skin cancer. Use of sunscreens. Apply broad-based spectrum, water-resistant sunscreens with about 30% higher, reapply every 2 hours if possible. That is if you decide to have fun under the sun. Avoid tanning birds. This is very important because if you decide to provide yourself or give yourself some cosmetic elegance, you may be running a risk of skin cancer. So avoid ultraviolet lights from tanning beds that cause skin cancer and premature aging. This is very important. If you decide to have tanning birds tan your skin, you risk having your skin wrinkled prematurely. That happens all the time. If your body has many moles, check them out with a dermatologist. That is important. Again, family history. If you know your family has a history of melanoma, take preventive measures. Have your skin checked all the time, at least once a year. So, Sun Smart Kentucky. extension agents have a role to play. The role of extension agents in skin cancer prevention falls within the scope of practice of delivering health programs envisaged by the 2014 Cooperative Extension National Framework for Health and Wellness that expands the work sphere of extension agents into the health field, not only skin cancer production, but other health areas, other chronic diseases, such as chronic infectious diseases, diabetes, heart disease, and so on. This is because we know that traditional healthcare systems do not have the capacity for extended community reach. That's why the extension program is built for, extended community reach. And this in part has been responsible for increased health disparities in low-income and rural communities. Therefore, cooperative extension agents are in a better position to educate farmers and farm workers, not only on how to protect themselves from the sun and reduce the risk of developing skin cancer, but also educating them on photoprotection for skin health, including the selection and proper use of sunscreens. A study by Tribe and colleagues in 2001 concluded that the general public does not have enough information in deciding the key factors to consider when choosing the best sunscreen products. We know that the FDA regulates medications. But when it comes to sunscreens, it's over the counter, although they still regulate that in terms of the type of UV filters that are put in our sunscreens. But again, there are so many of them. There are so many of them. So only those that are generally safe and effective should be on our products. So, extension agents must be ready to know exactly what those filters are and to be able to advise accordingly. Also important, cooperative extension agents know and provide up-to-date information on sunscreens, and especially those considered high photoprotective, they should be able to know all of that. We all know that cooperative extension experts are expert educators and trusted sources of research-supported information. And therefore, they often ask for health advice everywhere, although they work with farmers, but again, they should be also educate themselves as health experts to be able to give advice, general advice, not specific advice. So they should encourage farmers to comply with skin cancer medical advice already received and help them navigate resources needed to maintain compliance. The idea is maintain compliance. So if extension agents can help farmers to maintain compliance, that is good. In other words, information given by their doctors, they should be able to say, oh, you should comply well with that particular formula, that particular regimen. They should be able to refer farmers to local resources that can help them provide services needed for prevention and self-management of skin cancer. There are so many resources out there. So our program will supply such resources and develop them for our extension agents in due time. They should also be respond to skin cancer myths and misinformation. That is very important also. There's a myth out there that black people do not have skin cancer. That's a big lie. In fact, the rates are increasing every day, every year. most important thing to note about skin cancer in minorities is that because of that myth, by the time it's diagnosed, it's already too late. So the mortality rate is higher than their population or the number of blacks having skin cancer. So that is very important to note. So extension agents must be able to provide such information and squash such myths. However, it's essential that cooperative extension agents provide appropriate information that does not cross the line of medical advice and should refer farmers to healthcare providers when personal and out-of-scope questions are asked about skin cancer. Even though they may know the answer, that's not their sphere. So they should always refer specific questions to farmers, primary care physicians. They should be able to advise about, they should not advise about specific cancer symptoms that are based on personal evaluation of moles. Normally, skin cancer begins as moles on your body. It might be on your head, on your nose, wherever. So information like that from farmers should be referred to dermatologists who are responsible for evaluating such situations. So generally, cooperative extension agents should encourage farmers to check with their healthcare providers who can give them individualized, accurate information. Now, to conclude, a few points. May is Skin Cancer Awareness Month. As we edge towards summer outdoor activities, the American Dermatology Association encourages Americans to minimize the risk of skin cancer by protecting against excessive sun exposure. 2, farmers whose professional activities expose them to excessive amounts of the sun must particularly be aware of the ongoing campaign and protect themselves accordingly. 3, melanoma is the deadliest of skin cancers, and Kentucky has one of the highest incidence rates of the disease in the nation, with highest concentrations in predominantly agricultural counties. 4, the risk factors and preventive or prevention practices are self-evident. The symptoms are generally visible and easy to detect. Simple. Unlike other cancers. Thus, it is one of the most preventable and highly treatable of cancers if detected early. So the onus is on ourselves to protect ourselves, to make sure that we see our dermatologists, our doctors, before it's too late. Number 5, Farmer Sun Smart Kentucky is KSU's extension education program geared towards educating and providing farmers with information on how to protect against developing skin cancer. And cooperative extension agents have an important role to play, which also includes providing information on prevention and self-management of skin cancer in general, not specific, selection and proper use of sunscreens, and referring farmers to their healthcare providers when personal or individualized skin cancer professional advice is warranted. So that is the specific role of cooperative extension agents. And SunSmart Kentucky is a program that will take care of that with the cooperation of our extension agents and the outreach program to the farmers. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Dr. Bebe?
Yes.
As people are working around different water structures, ponds and aquaculture type environments, is there an added danger because of reflection of sunlight from the water, or is there more intensity because of the reflection back from the water, or is there any connection through that?
I doubt whether there's a connection between the reflection of the sun from water. I doubt it. It's always from above. And if you can protect yourself, normally wear white, hot, long sleeve shirts, I think you'll be fine. And if the sun becomes too intense, you're sweating, you can seek some shade for an hour before going back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Put on a vehicle.
I'm sorry, go ahead, again.
I'm sorry. I was looking for materials that we could get to pass on to other individuals, whether we put them on our vehicles or whatever, but you can also go to Skin Cancer Foundation and you can pass it on with your Facebook. You can pass it on to other people that way.
Yeah, we're developing that for this summer. So we'll have that other information on our website, and we'll have printed flyers for that. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right. Thank you. All right, next, Mark Johannemann on a marine shrimp update. Mark?
Look at this. All right, greetings everyone. My name is Mark Johannemann. I'm a recent graduate of the aquaculture program, and today I'm going to be giving you all an update on what we've been doing in the marine shrimp lab over at the university. So just to give you a little introduction first, indoor aquaculture, we're using recirculating aquaculture systems. These systems typically have a less than 1% water exchange rate per day. They have added biosecurity, heat retention, and they filter out our solids along with our nitrogenous waste, particularly our ammonia. We have a couple different varieties of systems that we're using. The first one are clear water systems, which are exactly what it sounds like. We're trying to maintain the water to be as clear as possible. We have a lot of added high-tech filtration systems, such as drum filters or bead filters. And then there's biofloc systems, which are the exact opposite of that. What we're doing is we're leaving a lot of our solids in the tank, and this promotes an environment that allows microbial blooms. These blooms filter our water for us, and they also add a little bit of a supplemental nutrition source for our shrimp. They can graze that a lot like paddlefish can graze some of the zooplankton in a pond. The third one is we have a hybrid between the two systems. So our biofloc systems tend to not be as stable, especially in smaller systems, as our clear water tanks. So what we're doing is we're adding a biofilter on top of the microbial population just to maintain a little bit of water stability. So the first thing we need to kind of keep in mind with this is indoor aquaculture has pretty high startup costs and operational costs compared to some other forms of aquaculture. We have to invest in a building, we have to invest in tanks, we have to invest in filtration equipment, pumps, and we have to power all that as well. We have to run our electricity, we need to pay for gas or something to heat the building, and we also need to be able to manage our wastes, and we need to be able to replenish our salt, which is going to be a continuous theme throughout this presentation, is going to be the maintaining of salt concentrations. So here's a couple pictures of of some of the local farmers' systems. The systems tend to be about 4,500 gallons, and they're using mostly swimming pools. The one on the left there is actually a constructed tank using a pond liner and some boards from Lowe's. But on the right, that's what more of our farmers are doing, is they're using swimming pools from Amazon, actually. And they're relatively inexpensive, and they work quite well. So again, here's kind of a comparison between our clear water and our hybrid systems. As you can see on the left, clear water is clear. And the one on the right, our hybrid systems, the turbidity is quite a bit higher. And again, that's because we have that greater concentration of microbial mass within the system. Our hybrid systems, they have a much lower startup cost. We're not using a lot of the real expensive filtration equipment that we would be using on a clear water tank. And so we don't have to invest as much money in that, and there's also less operational costs with that. Additionally, we get a little bit of supplemental food. So for our filtration, the first thing we need to keep in mind is whenever you filter out water, whenever you remove solids, you're always going to lose water with that. You can try to concentrate that as much as possible, but that is something that you need to keep in mind. Anytime you're discharging solids, you're going to lose water. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to develop systems or work with farmers to implement systems that concentrate those solids as much as possible to keep us from losing the water, because the more water we lose, the more salt we lose as well. So the first type of filtration to kind of note is our biological filtration. Again, our fish produce waste in the form of ammonia, and we need to be able to convert that to less harmful compounds. In our hybrid systems, which is the most common system used by our farmers, they add a biofilter to that biofloc system. And what we're doing is we're adding a biomedia into a container. In this case, it's a 55-gallon drum, which is ideal for a 4,500-gallon tank. And we hit that with a lot of air and turbulence. So that biomedia turns around inside that tank and increases the contact between the water and the media. And the bacteria hosting the media convert that to nitrate. When we're doing this, again, 55-gallon drums, you can get them for like $10 at Rural King. It's important to note, though, that you need to use something that's food grade. You can get these a lot of places less expensive, but they need to have contained something that won't harm the shrimp or the people eating the shrimp. So the next one is our solids filtration. And the most common form of solids filtration for hybrid biofloc systems are settling chambers. So in the settling chambers, they're ideal for removing larger solids, and you can discharge these about once a week. So they're relatively low maintenance in that respect. And they also do a fairly good job of concentrating the solids, so you don't lose a lot of water with them compared to some other forms of solids filtration. So here's a schematic of the way we design ours. Ideally, you want a cone-bottom tank. That way, as the solids can concentrate down at the bottom, and you don't have to discharge as much water to get rid of those solids. But let's see if I can figure this out here. Okay, so the water is going to flow in through the top and then down into that baffle, which runs about 2/3 of the way down the tank. And then once it reaches the end of that baffle, the velocity of the water is going to decrease as that surface increases. And so the solids are going to settle down into the bottom, and that clearer water is going to run up towards the top and then exit the system. And so here's typically what we recommend. Ideally, you want to remove as many of the solids as you can before you put that water into a biofilter. And so we just run them sequentially. You can see the settling chamber on the left, and then the moving bed bioreactor, the biofilter on the right. The next one we've been doing a lot more of lately are foam fractionators, or for those of you that are familiar with reef tanks, they're typically called protein skimmers. They're really good at removing real fine particulate solids that can clog the gills of the shrimp or cause other issues within the system. And what we're doing is we're using homemade designs. Protein skimmers or foam fractionators commercially bought can be really expensive. We just bought one that would be ideal for a 4,500 gallon tank, and it's several grand. So what we're doing is we're trying to use existing air supply or have a self-contained air supply, as we'll look at here in a minute. And they also, again, they partner really well within the systems. The settling chambers remove larger solids. The the foam fractionators remove real fine solids. And they actually use a lot less water than a settling chamber would. If you tune them correctly, the solids concentration is much higher. So here's the first design that we've kind of worked with. They're really cheap, they're really easy to build, but they're not quite as efficient as some of the other designs. What we're doing is we're basically just running an air stone into the bottom of it like we would do the tank. And again, they're not quite as efficient due to, one, there's a risk of clogging with the air stones. They're a little bit more maintenance in that respect. And air stones don't produce as small a bubble as the next one, which is the Venturis. So the smaller the bubble diameter, the greater the surface area. And how these work is there's a charge to the bubbles. There's a slight charge. And as they rise through the water column, they collect organic matter, and then that collects up towards the top. So the smaller the bubble, the greater the surface area, the more charge running through the tank, the more collection. Venturis, how they work is when you increase the water velocity, it creates a vacuum, and you can suck air through and then create bubbles that way. And what this is doing is it's dropping that water, it's taking water from the bottom, circulating it through the pump, and then putting it back down into the bottom. And so those bubbles are rising at the same time that water at the top is going down. So there's water coming down and bubbles going up to kind of increase that contact time. They do have a much higher expense initially and a little bit higher to operate, but it's not that much more than the air stone and the protein skimmer. So we've also coupled these with settling chambers and biofilters. If you're using a foam fractionator, ideally you'd want to use a settling chamber first, get rid of the larger solids, and then you can filter out some of the finer solids in the protein skimmer and then move that into the biofilter. So with our indoor aquaculture, again, we have a really high initial investment and we have a relatively high operating cost. So we're trying to maximize our profits while constantly decreasing our production costs. And our main production costs are water and salt, as well as the feed. So the best way to do this is to increase the number of shrimp we're raising or the amount of livestock per unit of space. We have a couple limiting factors with that, though. The first one is aeration. Again, within these systems, we have to provide everything. And the shrimp, especially in these systems where there's a lot of bacteria or microbes in the water, oxygen becomes a very limiting factor. Oxygen is even more limiting as temperature increases and as salinity increases. So in tropical saltwater, that's a bit of an issue. The next thing is competition between shrimp. As we're piling more and more shrimp into the same unit of space, there starts to be issues with them having to expend energy to swim in the water column, competition for space, just overall limitations there. The next one is nitrate accumulation. So again, what we're doing here is we're converting our ammonia, our nitrogenous waste of ammonia, into nitrite and then nitrate. And as we increase our stocking densities, we're going to start having more problems with that nitrate. So with our aeration, the first thing we're looking at doing, or the first thing we've been working on implementing, is Venturi systems. Again, just like in the the foam fractionators, the Venturis allow us to have smaller bubbles. The smaller the bubble, the greater oxygen diffusion into the water. The thing we need to keep in mind, though, is they require a lot of pressure in order to operate. And most of what our producers right now are doing is they're using smaller garden pumps just because we don't need to turn our system volume over that much. And the settling chambers and the biofilters don't need a lot of water pressure. But the Venturis do. They need somewhere around 30 psi in order to pull a vacuum there. And so here's a schematic, a larger schematic of what we've been doing. As you can see, the water enters on the left there, and then it narrows out. So right here, come on, there we go. So right there, as the water narrows, the pressure is going to increase. I'm sorry, the water velocity increases, and as that velocity increases, we can then have a pipe running up along the top there that's going to draw air and then shoot bubbles out through that nozzle. So over at KSU on our demonstration tank, this is kind of how we have it set up. We're using Venturis for everything on that tank. The water's running through our foam fractionator. And again, it's Venturis, so the bubbles are rising through the top there. And after it comes out of the foam fractionator, it overflows into our biofilter. We also have water from the pump going into the biofilter, skipping the foam fractionator, and that's being powered by a Venturi as well. So this whole system is Venturi powered. So the next thing we've been looking at doing is we're trying to increase our surface area for the shrimp. So the more surface area we can provide in that tank, the less our shrimp have to swim around and expend energy, and we can also provide a habitat that's safer for them when they molt. When they molt, they're rather delicate. And so what we've done is we've created these shrimp hotels. They're pretty easy to build. You can build them vertically or horizontally. The most recent one we did was horizontally. And in addition to providing surface area for the shrimp, they also provide more surface area for the bacteria, which allows us to increase our stocking densities without posing a risk to our water quality. So when we did this experiment, we actually found that we got a 50% increase in production in the substrate tanks. We had better survival, and we actually had better growth in those tanks as well. This was largely due to increased water quality, along with increased survival and just overall feed efficiency. And so here's another one. The picture on the right is after we pulled it out of the tank. You can see it's kind of brownish yellow. So that's what they look like. That's what the biomedia looks like as well when it's hosted with bacteria. So this implies that we had a lot of microbial growth, which again implies that we had a lot of extra nitrifying bacteria, biological filtration going on within the tank. So the next one, again, is our nitrate, which is one of our bigger limiting factors. So in normal RAS, we've got our ammonia being converted to nitrite and then nitrate. Ammonia and nitrite are they're fairly toxic, but nitrate is relatively less toxic than the previous two. But it's important to note that as the concentration increases, that still causes an issue. Around 300 milligrams per liter is where we typically see a decrease in production. It starts to impact growth rates. We start seeing more mortality, more disease, issues of that sort. The other issue is we can't just discharge our water into municipal waterways most of the time. It's either illegal or it's very expensive to do so. And we also don't want to discharge water onto farmland. Most of our producers have other crops they're raising in addition to shrimp, be it row crops or livestock production. So what we've done is we've worked a lot with denitrification. And what we're doing here is we're reversing the nitrogen cycle to get dinitrogen gas. Then we can just release that into the atmosphere. So we've done the first study we did, when we increased our stocking densities with the shrimp hotels, we increased our stocking densities to 450 shrimp per cubic meter, and that led us at the end of that 3-month grow out to 220 milligrams per liter of nitrate. That means after every single grow out, we're going to have to either replace that water or do something to alleviate that nitrate in order to maintain optimum growth conditions. So we have a couple different types of denitrification that we've worked with. The first one is batch denitrification, and that's where we run our nitrate up to 220, however much at the end of one grow out. And then at the end of the grow out, we go and denitrify the water in the tank. The second type is continuous or inline denitrification, where we couple a denitrification reactor into the system just like a biofilter or a solids filtration unit. The advantage of using a coupled filter is we get more stable alkalinity, more stable nitrite, and more stable pH. Another thing with denitrification is we actually increase our alkalinity with that. We're able to, we generate alkalinity. So we can maintain alkalinity if it's in line, whereas if we do it at the end of a grow out, if our water is up at around 220 to 300 milligrams per liter, we're going to run our alkalinity up to about 400 to 500 milligrams per liter by the end of that cycle. Optimum for shrimp is about 2 to 300 milligrams per liter of alkalinity. So that's just something we need to kind of keep in mind there. Here's a graph of what was actually my thesis. So we found that inline denitrification, just using ethanol, we were able to maintain low nitrate throughout the duration, whereas without an inline denitrification reactor, it ran it up to about 60 milligrams per liter of nitrate. The other thing with the inline denitrification is it actually increased our production by about 9%, which when you're looking at multiple tanks across an entire year, that's a pretty significant increase. And we also had a decreased need for water exchanges. So the alternative to denitrification is aquaponics. Now, one of the challenges we have with aquaponics is most plants really don't like salt. We have a few plants that we've been growing that actually do really well with salt and some that actually are improved by salt, most notably kale. Most people are not particularly fond of kale, but when you grow them in the brackish water, they actually take up a lot of that salt, and that salt increases the flavor, it decreases the bitterness, and if you dry them out, you can make kale chips, which are really good. They're a lot better than they sound. So another thing with the aquaponics is it's a supplemental source of income. Again, it gives us something that we can add on top of our shrimp, whereas the denitrification, we don't get any added value from that. So, non-discrimination statement, and thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Have you all messed with algae scrubbers at all on larger systems?
Not yet, but believe me, that is something I would really, really, really like to do in the future. So one of the things, are you talking about macroalgae or microalgae? Okay. Yeah, so one of the issues with using a macroalgae scrubber is in the hybrid systems, there's a lot of turbidity in the water, and that's going to cause an issue with light penetration. In the clear water systems, there's been a lot of research in other similar systems where it's worked really well, but in the hybrid systems, I don't know. I'd like to try it though. I would really, really like to try it. So, any other questions? Yes. Yeah, you're always going to have some solids. And right now, our producers are just discharging that on the land right now. And so we're trying to find ways to decrease the amount of solids that they're discharging. So, yes.
Question about the sludge. What do you do with the sludge? And also on the units, the small one, are those economically... How do you deal with the sludge? That's one issue. And then on those, 450 gallon, are those economically sustainable?
So the first one, the sludge, right now it's just being discharged, mostly just on the land. Right now, there's a couple things that you can do with it. You can try to dry it out, which is typically, it's not economically viable, or at least it's more difficult. But you can try to dry it out and discharge that to a landfill. Another thing we're trying to do is we're working right now with mineralization, where we're trying to utilize that sludge and break it down further to get the bound nutrients out of it and reuse those, which will decrease the discharge quite a bit. So that's kind of where we're at with it right now. With the 4,500 gallon systems, they're absolutely economically viable. We have 2 farmers in the state that have been doing it for a number of years now, actually. Both of them have expanded their operations since they started. They're both making money. We've got 2 farmers that are looking to open up by the end of the summer, and I believe we have a third that's looking at trying to do it in the state right now as well. So we'll hopefully by the end of the summer, within the next year, we'll have 5 shrimp producers in the state. Yeah, so Food Chain over in Lexington, they've got a shrimp system now. I think this would be, I'd like to see more of it. The biggest issue is it's salt water. You know, that gets into the air and all that. So you'd have to make sure your building is suitable and it's not going to rust out and collapse or anything. But that's one of the really nice things about these is the amount of production you can get per square unit of space. And shrimp is also a high value product. You know, you can sell that for quite a bit of money. And so from an economic standpoint, I think it'd be really great. I've heard talks of people trying to do it around like southern Indiana, Louisville area, but I haven't heard anybody actually doing it yet. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the whole shebang is typically around $6 to $8 per $6 to $8 per pound production, and that really varies based on season. During the winter, they got to heat their buildings, and that's really what increases the production cost there. But they can get more than double that in sales. So, mm-hmm.
Any more questions for Mark? All right, thank you, Mark. We are up on a lunch break now. We're going to have a few more talks in here after lunch, and then we're going to move outside for some brief demonstrations and other such down by the pond and the Raceway system down below by the dam. So with that, we'll break for lunch. Well, better late than never. Now we're gonna get started back up here. Angela Caporelli.
And you tell everybody to get back in their seats. Where are those students, damn it?
We've got Angela Caporelli with a few directives from the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. She's going to speak to us on aquaculture marketing and other issues. Right?
Other issues. That's my favorite. All right. Can I have my presentation up, please? Oh, I gotta click it. Well, great. All right. Oh, here they come. Come on. Come on. Bob, get those people out there. Dr. Durborow, get them to come on in here. I'm not talking to just no, I'm not that you guys aren't anybody. You guys are the cream of the crop, but. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks for the pleasure of being the first one after lunch. It's almost like the last one on a Friday, the last of the session. Right? That's okay. Actually, we were just having a really good discussion about marketing and sales and aquaculture in Kentucky, and I've been here for 22 years. And through that, I've seen, as the marketing specialist for aquaculture with the Department of Agriculture. So I work all over the state. I've seen several great companies come into Kentucky, start up in Kentucky, whether that's growing or marketing groups or processors. And for one reason or another, they succeed in a different avenue or they fail. So through that, I've come up with some keys on what's going on in Kentucky. So marketing aquaculture and products in Kentucky. First thing we have to do is what's gonna be raised, right? We've had some aquaponics talks, we've had Noel's presentation on some of the genetics works that's being done for tilapia and some koi. So we're pretty flexible and fluid here in Kentucky. We have a growing demand for marine shrimp, and there's a lot of reasons that we look at different species, you know. I hate to say it, aquaculture extension at KSU is pretty broad and very well versed, but if you go to another extension that doesn't have an aquaculture program, they'll say, you don't want to do that, just raise chickens, right? Because when we talk about aquaculture, we talk about the many, many different species, and within those species, for example, shrimp, we have marine shrimp, we have freshwater shrimp. Catfish, you know, they're bottom feeders, so we need a sinking feed. Bass are mid-water swimmers, so we need a slow sinking feed, and they need to be feed trained. So there's a lot of different, paddlefish don't take feed, but they're obligatory swimmers, so we need a good, rich, large bodies of water to grow them. Tilapia, we all know we need some heated water, which is another concern, but they're herbivores, so can we feed those a lower protein feed? Save some money there. And then trout, which is a cold water species, needing a very high protein and maybe seasonal here. So again, when we look at other animals in which we can be raised in our portfolio of a farm, aquaculture is a tough sell to the normal, what I call dirt farmer, okay? Because when you go to extension and you want to talk about aquaculture, there's all these different facets we have to consider before we really focus on what our capacity is and what our land allows us to do and what our resources allow us to do, compared to other terrestrial, which is, you know, chickens, you get layers and broilers, right? Two choices, not a big deal. Even in a cattle operation, you get cow-calf operation, you get feedlot, or you get finishing. You know, there's 3 or 4 choices as opposed to 3 or 4 for each species here. So, but don't let that deter you, because Kentucky State University has gone through a lot of those trials and tribulations and is, you know, outside of Kentucky, I know it's because they don't have a really famous basketball team. Outside of Kentucky, people know Kentucky State. In Kentucky, they only know UK, right? So if you want to stay in Kentucky, get your degree from there. If you want to travel the world, and talk about aquaculture, Kentucky State is world known, and I do travel and work all over the world, and if I talk aquaculture, they know Kentucky State because of some of the world leading research being done. And some of these species are now being produced in other countries because of the professors and the know-how at Kentucky State. So don't underestimate the power of this research facility right here. So I'll get off my soapbox, but probably not. So what are we gonna, when we talk about sales, marketing, and some of the issues with all those food safety, that kind of stuff, first of all, we have to know what we're gonna raise. In that, we need to know how we're gonna do it, and do we have the resources? Okay, is it freshwater, is it marine, are we gonna do pond production? Can you grow it, right? Are we gonna do indoor? If we're going to do indoor and we need tilapia, we're going to and a hydroponics, do we have the facility for lighting? Do we have the water resource to hold our replacement water? You know, I've seen some really, really awesome system designs, and they don't work because they never planned in the little 2,000-gallon tank of replacement water. So the whole system fails, right? What are we close to the inputs? We talked about feed requirements, different protein levels, anywhere from a 28 for a tilapia to a 36 to a 42 for trout and marine shrimp, right? At different life cycles, we need to change that protein. Can you get it? One of our growers right now is paying double the price of feed just for shipping. And those costs have to be considered when we're talking about where we're growing it and how close we are to our inputs. And then again, can we harvest it? And how close are we to our sales, our market, right? So what are our processing capabilities? Do we want to process? Some of the best profitability is growing the fingerlings or the post-larvae, okay? Small input comparatively, not as much risk, bringing them every time you handle those fish, every month. Hold your breath a little tighter, because if the electric goes out, if you more and more risk of that investment being lost, right? So, and how close are we to the market, both in and out? So those are the things, the issues that we need to talk about in our production and our kind of thought process. Again, you guys can't see this, but this is just this one page of kind of an enterprise budget, right? How many farmers really put the numbers to the page when we talk about aquaculture? Not many, right? Because what of that office supply? What about your cell phone? If you're on it 50 million days, you know, trying to sell that product or bring in supplies or get that quick pump replacement because one of your pumps went down, all of those things have to be put into paper. We've got some great resources in Kentucky, and I'll list those later, but one is KCARD, which is Kentucky Center for Ag and Rural Development. They help with business plans. How many farmers in Kentucky have utilized that resource? Janine has, but they'll do a business plan for you. Okay? I mean, we're in a great situation here with the support we have and the resources, but nobody's going to come knocking on your door and say, hey, I heard you wanted to do fish farming. Let me do your business plan. You got to find them, and you're going to help them. Right, you have to. I mean, if not, it's a great exercise, and can it be done? But sometimes we want to make sure we don't set you up for failure. Okay, that's our number one goal. Not always easy, but you have all your costs. And some of those costs are, what's the number one thing that I've identified that farmers usually don't ever put into any of these? Is their time. Okay, their time, their gas they put in their farm truck, right, to run a box of fish 50 miles, when a phone call to that person might say, hey, can I bring it tomorrow because I've got some other stuff close. Oh, I missed a box on that delivery. You know, that's not efficient. You just lost any potential of profit that you might have made in that sale. But again, that's also very important to nurture those relationships. We often don't account for, you know, hey, I'm going to be in that chef's restaurant. Let me sit down and have a dinner with him, or bring my friends to dinner there to support that restaurant that's buying my product. Those are time-consuming, they're money-consuming, but well worth the expense. But it should be accounted as an expense. Okay, those little things we don't always think of. Okay, so getting down to that, how are you gonna, what disposition is your fish gonna be in? Are you gonna be that fingerling supplier? Are you gonna be a hatchery? And then let somebody else nurse them? Are you gonna be a PL, just the post larvae, or the nursery to bring in post larvae in a shrimp situation, and then redistribute? Dr. Semmens talked about that aggregate, bringing those fish farmers' product together as kind of almost a co-op. Well, that can work both ways. Are you the aggregate and then the redistribution for the fingerlings or the post larvae? So there's a lot of aspects we can all fit into a growing industry. Are we gonna sell it whole? Somebody also said, you know, what's the marketing? Deb brought up what's the marketing and sales. Was it you that said live fish, where are the markets? Somebody brought that up. I think it was in Dr. Novelo's presentation about tilapia. There are some producers of tilapia, Rocky's one, some other people, but they have some ethnic workers on the farm that buy everything they're producing. They don't need to leave the farm, and they're getting top dollar. But here's the decision that those farmers had to make to get the best benefit. Do they sell it by the piece, or do they sell it by the pound? If you sell it by the piece, great, if your consumers will approve it. If you sell it by the pound, that scale needs to be certified by the State Department of Ag. Another expense or another effort that the farmer has to take to maintain that legality. So those are the things that we can help you think through. Always good to have another 17 sets of eyes looking at your plan, right? Are you gonna have headed and gutted, filleted, or are you gonna value add? Anything past whole, you need a whole safety plan and a HACCP plan. HACCP plan, hazard analysis, critical control point. Are you gonna meet all those risk factors in a safe and responsible manner to make sure that you're not adding an unsafe product to the market? Okay, and we can help with that. I do HACCP plans for a ton of people in the state, and as I'm still employed by the state, I will do those for free. I'm not making any concerns after I retire. But anyway, value added. Value added, is that just a fillet? Is it a smoked product? Is it a salted product? What's the shelf life? We have a great facility at UK called the Food Innovation Center, right? The Food Systems Innovation Center. They will do the nutritional analysis for a value-added shelf-stable product on a sliding scale. Much better than bringing it to a commercial analysis, right? A smoked product. Smoked is great. What's your weight loss? And does that knock your price point out of a profit margin? Because right now you might have that fillet, which is 40% of a whole weight, and in your numbers it calculates you're still in the black, but then you add smoke to it, and you lose another 4% weight, which is usually more than that. What is it, 10% loss on some smoked product? Now, does that put you in the red if you're selling by the pound? Maybe not if you're selling by the gram or the ounce, but so all those things, everyone says, oh, I've got this great recipe my grandfather passed down for a dried smoked product, right? He never calculated that now it's only 12% of that whole weight. And all your feed costs are based on your whole head full weight, right? Now you're only getting a certain percentage of that weight. Is it still economically feasible? So those are the things we tease out for you, and usually those farmers get really mad because they didn't think about it, and they just throw their hands down and come back weeks later and say, well, maybe you were right. Let's work the numbers again. IQF, individually quick frozen. great shelf life. If you can get through it, can you afford the gas to run the freezer? Can you freeze it quick enough that it's economically feasible? And then do you have the capacity to store that and keep it frozen? So there's all those little things, right? So what do your customers want? It doesn't make sense to have an IQF product if right next to it in your market is the stuff coming from Asia at $4 less a pound. So maybe your consumer needs to be somewhere else. What is your customer? What type and size of the fish? If you want to deal with a restaurant, you do what we call a plate size fillet. Or like we had today, you'd count on 2 or 3 fillets in a plate serving, and that's how you would market it to your restaurant. Forrest and I, years ago, did a melt-out project. You remember that with Purchase Area? We had a box of 15 pounds of fish from Purchase Area that was a really, really high-quality product. We bought a 15-pound box of the local Mississippi product, and we bought a 15-pound box of soie or fillets that were coming in from Asia, and we melted them out. And we found that the stuff coming overseas was about 15% water. The stuff from Mississippi was about 10%, and the stuff processed here in Kentucky was true to form because we didn't glaze it with ice. That was our selling point to a restaurant, that when you bought the 15 pounds from us, even though it was $3 more, you got 4 more plate servings from that same 15-pound box. So those are the things that you want to know to sell your customer on why it's special, why they should buy for you, what makes it unique. And then who are they? Do you move it through wholesale? Do you go to direct to retail, farmers market, online sales, or restaurants? Okay, so you really need to know how you're going to get it to your consumers and where your consumers are. And what's the cost? What's the cost not only for the product, but any processing, any packaging? We've seen beautiful smoked fish on those gold foil shrink wrap. That has a cost. You might be up to almost $1 per package, and if you don't put that into your cost. And then shipping and transportation. Are you shipping a packaged shelf-stable product with no extra weight, or do you have to count on all the water weight over the road to get it to your consumer? And that consumer might be another fish farm, and that's okay, but all those costs need to be thrown in there. So where do they shop? If it's a retail, is it high-end? What do they listen to? Maybe it's worth putting an ad on the radio, but what radio station? Website, social media has come a long way. We can market through there. Newspapers, nobody really reads them in paper form anymore, but in some cases we have, Cow Country News or something that really targets the ag community, really wants that local product, and that might be a venue. And what do they listen to? Do they listen to their neighbors? When I put up, what do they listen to? Do they listen to the positive PR for aquaculture, or do they listen to the negative? Are they environmental conservationists? So we have to have our message meet their listening, their language, or do we just really focus in on the buy local, okay? So what's next? We already identified our customers. Let's just pretend that. We know what they want, right? We know how to get their interest, and are they educated? So maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but we want to tell our story, so we want to make sure we have a good, positive story that they can feel good about buying our product, right? It's raised locally, it's fed sustainably, it's raised sustainably and humanely. Let's get our message out. How do we get the product to them? Okay, so we've figured all that out. Now what, right? What are our processing issues? I already mentioned the HACCP, which is Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point. We're, in a way, we're pretty lucky dealing with fish because fish is under FDA, not USDA, so we don't necessarily need an on-site inspector unless you're doing catfish processing, because that was a Catfish Institute push through, but we're able to get around that a little bit. Your local Department of Health will have rules and regulations on what you can sell and what you can move through the state. And do you have a license to sell? Do you need a commercial license to sell a wholesale product? Well, if you're selling a live whole product, you need a propagation permit and transport permit through Fish and Wildlife. But once that animal's dead, it's out of their hands, then you need just a commerce permit. And what's the cost of those permits? For a propagation permit, it's $50 a year in Kentucky. It goes year to year, so don't get it on December 25th, because January 1st, you will have to pay another $50 and get another permit. But those costs need to be put in there. My counterpart from North Carolina, Deb Sloan, and Ken Semmens from North Carolina, right? If we want to move fish from North Carolina to Kentucky or Kentucky to North Carolina, we not only need a propagation transport permit for Kentucky, we need one for every state we drive it through, okay? We know people in Arkansas that have a full-time employee just dealing with the transport permits because they sell trout fingerlings out to California, and they need a transport permit and all the requirements for every state they drive through. That can make or break a producer. The cost and the time and the energy just to make sure they're doing it right and legal. Those issues have to be thought of, and that's part of your whole marketing and your production plan. So some of the marketing issues, we'll get into that. Can you meet the volume? We were just talking about some stuff I did 20 years ago, and got restaurateurs and really top-level chefs in Kentucky really psyched about new and upcoming products. And then the farmer said, okay, I'll have it ready for you in 6 years. That's not good enough. That doesn't work. You have to be ready and almost close to meet that volume if you're ready to market it with the demand. What quality? We really want high-quality product. We want to make sure we're educated and can tell our consumers that we know how to handle the product, so only good, high-quality product get on the market. I can't tell you how many farmers markets I've sat there with some of our producers selling fresh, harvested freshwater prawn. And at the farmers market, they're like, yeah, okay, I want 3 pounds. And the first question is, where are you going from here? Oh, well, I'm going to go, and maybe I'll take a swim at the Y, and then I got to pick up my granddaughter. I'm not selling you my product. Call me, and I'll deliver it to you when you're home so you can treat it right. It won't be an unsafe product. It will still be a high-quality product, because I don't want you to ruin the quality of the product and you think it's a bad product. Because 9 times out of 10, when a product is spoiled or not high quality, it is the consumer ignorance. It's not the producer ignorance. So know your customer and know what they're doing, and especially if you're selling direct. I would rather somebody refuse to sell me a product knowing that what I'm going to get is a high quality product, and especially a safe product. So that's another thing. And that consumer is going to appreciate that and come back. Because we don't want to just sell it once. We want them to come back, right? We don't want a one and done. We want to build those networks. Am I doing all right on time? You want me out of here? All right. Size, again, I mentioned about restaurants and that plate size versus a caterer, which would want a smaller fillet, because then they can look like it fills the pan more, right? I don't know, did you guys notice that? They had several fillets in that pan. You could take 1 or you could take 3, but if they had a 7-ounce fillet, they gave away a lot more than people really wanted to eat, okay? So that's a judgment call too. 4 to 6 ounce, 6 to 8 ounce, that's how we market. Under shrimp tails, it's a count, right? What's the count now? 10 to 12 tails, which is a jumbo, jumbo shrimp, kind of an oxymoron, but whatever. So when you go in and you see those counts, right, that's how they measure shrimp. The product line, are you going to have a flavored, are you going to have a whole line of different sizes? Which in a shrimp, let's face it, when did shrimp surpass tuna in consumption? 2010? 2008? Why did they surpass it? How did that happen? Did we all of a sudden eat more shrimp? No. We didn't eat more shrimp. Uncle Ben's rice bowls hit the market, and they basically were taking all the waste products, which were those tiny, tiny shrimps, and now created a market for them. All the stuff that used to go into cat food or dog food is now in a rice bowl. So therefore, the shrimp consumption per capita went up. Perfect marketing. But thank you, Uncle Ben's Shrimp Bowl. Market availability, is it seasonality? If your plan is to sell at farmer's market, then make sure you time your availability to not come up in October, because that's really not high farmer's market season, okay? So those kind of things. Just think about it. Logistics, how close are you to market? How close are your inputs to you? And is that, not saying you can't get it, money buys everything, right? But is it at a profit for you? So we want to make sure that those logistical costs fit into our profit margin to make or break us, okay? And again, seasonality. Freshwater prawn, everyone said, oh, they won't make it. We made it a festival. We made it something that the consumer sought after. They knew September freshwater prawn were going to hit the market, and we hit festivals with it. We hit farmers markets with it, and we were able to move that product, okay? Nobody was looking for it in April because that's not when it was available, and they knew that, so, okay. Again, input costs. What's your competition? We all knew the catfish here in Kentucky hit a huge competition in 2005. Price plummeted because we had an influx of foreign imports. Okay, right then, we had a lot of things against us, but since then, we have the Kentucky Proud program, right, which is a local marketing program through the Department of Ag. We've also seen a huge increase in consumer education on where people want to know where their food comes from. They're tired of not knowing how those animals were treated, how the workers were treated. So we've kind of been able to capitalize on that and get a bigger price because we can confirm that it's grown local, it helps our local economy, and the money stays in Kentucky. Okay, so those are some of the marketing programs that we've used to help increase the saleability of Kentucky-grown products. Are we bringing it to the market? Oh, we've taken the market there. Social media has really helped in bringing the market to us in a shipping, mail order type thing. People can come pick up, right? Or CSAs, consumer-supported agriculture, right? When we talk about fish farming, we might not have enough to really justify a whole CSA, which is a subscription purchasing power for agriculture products. But if somebody in the vegetable farm community has a CSA, you might want to address them and be the protein piece of that. So for an extra X dollars towards their CSA subscription, you can be the protein piece. So they can order it that way. Marketing's not up to you. You just deliver once a week when they're putting their boxes together for those consumers. That's a nice, easy, clean way to move some product. So, and then all those costs of production, costs of delivery, everything from A to Z, and your time, right? We always underestimate the value of our time. We have value. Just ask your grandson who you couldn't go to their game Sunday. Tell me there's no value to your time. Put it in reality. Advertising and promotion, how you gonna do it? Social media, word of mouth, billboards, taste testing, festivals, anything you want. Who's it going to? You know, I fought forever. We very seldom see, we don't see any locally grown products in Walmart. And I'm not a dissing Walmart by any means, but the majority of the people who are going to meet our price point for our quality of locally grown, high-quality product aren't the normal shoppers at Walmart. So why waste the time buying that shelf space when your market really isn't there? Okay? So those are the decisions that have to be made. So where and the cost. When you know, a lot of people go, well, I want to get into Kroger because I can sell a lot of product that way. Yeah, you can if you don't want to make a profit, and you have to sell a lot to make that little bit of profit, right? But those huge grocers, you pay for that shelf space. Why do you think the Doritos and the Pebbles Fruit Loops are right at eye level? They pay for that real estate. Now, we're lucky in Kentucky Proud because Kroger and Myers, they've helped us get product in, but they're never at eye level. They're either on the bottom shelf or at the top shelf because we got free real estate. So where do you want to put your product? Product placement's pretty important, okay? So know your stuff before you get started. What is your product? You might be able to do 17 different versions, but what are the 2 or 3 really that you can concentrate on and do really, really well and sell at a profit, okay? Because that's what your customer wants. You might have a small amount of customers, but those customers are willing to pay for that extra effort, that negotiation, and that nurturing of a relationship that will make you a higher profit for less input. And input, I mean as your time. Your time is going to be in nurturing that good relationship with your consumer. What's your competition? Why is yours better? Why should consumers buy it? Because it's local, because they know you, and they know they're getting a high quality, safe product. What's your sales and distribution? Can you meet them on a Thursday? Sure, right? And then your cost for all of that. So know your stuff. What makes your product different, unique? Why is it special? Because it's you, and you service those products and people. That's why they should buy it. How will they buy it? Will it be, you know, I worked at a farmer's market. I talked to you about, we had the whole product come into the market. Well, once they bought it, it was their responsibility. Well, at that farmer's market, there were a bunch of little kids that for a service fee, they would pop the heads off those shrimp. And they were making a ton of money too. So that consumer went exactly home from the market with what they wanted, which was freshwater prawn tails. They bought head-on whole iced product. No need for a HACCP plan because it was whole on ice. They left with what they wanted, a processed tail, and those enterprising small children made a couple of bucks themselves. But it was the consumer's responsibility. So it was out of our hands as far as food safety. So there's little things we can work on there. When will they buy it and all that stuff we already went. What's they're willing to pay? And the number one, will you still make a profit? Because we can grow anything. You guys are farmers, right? You're farmers of farmers of farmers. You know how to work the dirt, you know how to work the soil, you know how to work production, right? But why did we go into farming? Because we don't like the public. We don't like regulations, we don't like the government, right? But now we have to deal with it. So we have to make sure you're gonna make a profit. And in some cases, that might mean hiring a salesperson, right? Because you're not the best with people. You can grow it, but can you sell it? Because if you can't sell it, okay? Dr. Carol Engel, who's great fisheries economics person, she's written books on it. You know, profitability of a business does not mean that the enterprise is worth doing. Could be profitable, but is it worth doing for you? Okay, figure that out. They have to be carefully considered before making any investment in a small scale catfish production she worked with primarily, but this is applicable to any farming entity. 10 reasons why companies fail. The math just doesn't work. Owners can't get out of their own way. They're bad business people. They're great at growing, so find somebody who can fit that niche. Out of control growth. Your business grows faster than your capacity or your resources allow. Poor accounting. What's the number one issue? We don't account for our time, right? Or the value of our time. It's not worth growing something and selling it if you're not paying yourself and money going back into the industry. Lack of cash cushion. A lot of people think they get into fish farming. If you're in catfish farming, you're talking 18 months before you turn the first dime back in. Shrimp might be 120 days after you've put out your capital investment and start getting back. Paddlefish is 10 years. So those things have to be in consideration, right? You're just growing it. You're not giving anybody a reason why your product is special, different, or unique, and what the value is in them purchasing it. Operational insufficiencies, that's why research is here. Kentucky State, Dr. Durborow does water quality testing, fish disease, it's still a free service. Use those resources, because in some cases that might be an expense you didn't know you could get for free, and it knocks off your whole profit for that month, right? Dysfunctional management. I worked for my dad almost every summer when I was in college, and I used to get fired about once a week, right? How many people have family farms, family businesses that happen, right? I know it. Don't all just sit there and go, I don't know what she's talking about. Well, if you work in the family, you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Lack of a succession plan. Who's going to take over? If you start building this great aquaculture business, you have a lot of small children floating in those ponds, hopefully not floating, swimming in those ponds. If something happens to you, what happens to that? And how do you make sure that your family is not at a loss if something happens? How do you do product liability so your farm's not at risk if something happens? Those succession plans are very important, and they cost money, right? And the declining market, are you ready to shift? Can you pivot? When catfish price dropped a lot, our farmers went out of the food fish business and they went into the pay lake business. When the economy went down, people were not traveling on vacation as much. They were going local to pay lakes, okay? A little recreational, local. It increased the ability for our farmers to sell local to pay lakes as opposed to feed fish. And it was much more profitable for them. So that was a good pivot. Anyway, more reasons: lack of research, not having a business plan, have the funding they need, financial mismanagement, and some of the same thing. Poor marketing. Marketing has a cost. Those costs need to be figured into your price per pound or per piece, right? Customer needs, what's your competition? Trends. If you can get in on some of these Food Network trends, 15 years ago, Food Network was not even heard of, right? But they've opened up the doors to a lot of unique species. How many restaurants 20 years ago had, if you weren't on the coast, had calamari or tilapia on the menu? None. Now it's almost on. If they have 3 choices of fish, tilapia is on them, usually calamari and a catfish. Everywhere. Those trends. Work with those consumers, and your consumer might be the restaurateur or a good chef. Failing to adopt and pivot, you grow too quickly, blah, blah, blah. So we have identified some assistance. K-Card is great. UK Food Science Innovation Center can help you with labeling, nutritional breakdown on a product of shelf-stable or a value-added product. We at the department, we have our point of purchase grants if you're a Kentucky Proud producer, whether that's growing it or processing it here, and I know I'm going over time, but I don't care. We can assist in the marketing. We will pay up to 10% of the value towards web development, design, hosting, billboards, signage, business cards. We have some resources for that. Assistance in training. Joni Nelson, who was here earlier, her program for small farmer grants can help with training, and K-Card can help with grants and that kind of stuff. So there's tons of resources. Use them. Again, KDA, and then some of the other things. We have Kentucky Office for Ag Policy, which will do grants with your county agents, and especially if you can aggregate some of your growers to work together and get a big grant to do some of this aggregate growing or distribution. So there's a lot of things. No idea is stupid. We'll see, and we try and put all these pieces together to get the best bang for the buck. So that's one of the #1 resources. So any questions? I don't have any time, but yes, sir. You need to get in contact with me today. What? I'll give you my business card. All right, it's right on there. You got it. All right, thanks, guys. Sorry I went over.
Thanks, Angela. All right, moving along, I'm Forrest Wynne. I've been with Kentucky State for a long time now. I work out in the western part of the state, so I'm not seen too frequently on campus. But anyway, we'll try to get this going. And okay, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about pond siting and construction. Generally, this presentation should take hours. I'm going to try to do it in minutes, so I'm going to run through some stuff really quickly. Moving along, our ponds are built for all sorts of reasons. I'm going to talk first about watershed ponds, which are the vast majority of the ponds in the state. There's a good example of it at the bottom of the hill here. Watershed pond or a hill pond is just as it sounds. The water runs off the surrounding land down the hill and into the pond. So not surprisingly, that pond is going to reflect what's ever going on in the watershed or the land around it. So that's something to keep in mind for recreational purposes, for growing food, or for just having a nice aesthetically pleasing body of water. You can see here on this list, this is a brief list. There are many uses for ponds: aesthetics, aquaculture, recreation, sometimes rural water supply, domestic water supply, this sort of thing. So when we design our ponds and when we manage them, we want to make sure that the primary objectives of this particular body of water are being met. Watershed ponds, as I've mentioned, are just that. They are surrounded. The watershed surrounds them, and the water runs into them. Now, if you're going to grow fish in one of these, I would suggest you probably have a drain in the structure. Drain it down to about 8 feet of standing water, so you can get a net through it, so you can get a seine through it. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get your fish out. Also, do not have a lot of obstructions in the bottom. Old stumps, tiles. Old vehicles, just whatever it is that people put in bottoms of ponds to attract fish. This is a real nightmare. If you're trying to seine a pond, you'll just tear up a net and you won't get your fish out. So what's important to remember is that a pond is basically like a solar panel, and the first 6 feet of water or so in the pond are what produces the fish. And all things being equal, the rest of it's pretty much a liability. The extra depth is almost more of a problem, except for some drought situations, than it is a benefit. And the water quality issues can arise from excessively deep ponds, so it's not really your friend when you're designing an aquaculture pond. An aquaculture pond, you want to be able to get the fish out, so roughly 6 feet of water is plenty in areas where you can do this. Out where I live in western Kentucky, we have a lot of alluvial soils, floodplains from the big rivers out there, and we have relatively flat ground. If you look around here, there's a lot of hilly ground. So we have what we've already called watershed or hill ponds, but if you're going to harvest fish out of these, you're going to have to be able to get a seine through it, and for that reason you'll need a drain and be able to take these things down to a depth where you can get a net through them. Usually, I've worked with net panels as deep as 12 feet. I would say maximum depth in many cases, somewhere around 8 feet is realistically what you're looking at. And you're going to have to drain down the excess water to get to that 8-foot depth. So, what to do when looking to site and build a pond? Obviously, I've already mentioned what's going on in the watershed. If there's a lot of row crops, manure from livestock operations, this sort of thing, phosphorus is a limiting factor in fresh water. Excess phosphorus in the water will create pollutions, weed problems, all sorts of other issues. So you want to be conscious of that if building a recreational pond. Now, in the case of an aquaculture pond, we're throwing tons of feed in there on an annual basis, and basically we're feeding the fish, but in the meantime, in a heavily stocked situation, we're polluting the water. So that's something else to consider. For sport fishing, half-acre pond, that's probably a minimum for a commercial production pond. I know we have some commercial production ponds, half-acre and acre, but really about a half-acre in surface is what's good for sport fishing. And again, one of the things we like to do for this particular pond type of construction, keep the depths to about the minimum depths around the shoreline, about 2.5 feet. And this will discourage unwanted plant and algae growth around the edges. Typically, this growth will take hold in the shallow areas around the perimeter of the pond and work their way towards the center of the pond. And Bob's going to talk about this in a little bit. But managing aquatic vegetation through proper construction and maintenance of ponds is a good first place to start. So this is really important. I don't know how many leaky pond questions I've already gotten this spring. It's awful. Every year I get more and more of them. Maybe I'm just getting old and cranky. I don't know what's going on. But right now it's the rainy season. This only gets worse as we enter the dry season, as we get into late summer, early fall. The best way to avoid leaking ponds do not have whole water and basically an eyesore, is to get all the help you can get. Try to get USDA folks. There are soil maps. All the counties in Kentucky have mapped soils. We want to know what's in those subsoils. We want to know if these subsoils are appropriate for building ponds. Talk to excavators. A reputable excavator, somebody who's built ponds, is not going to want to shoot a hole in your ground and then have you complain about it for the next 10 or 20 years. The fly-by-night folks, maybe so. They might be hard to get a hold of after they leave your property. And we have plenty of that. You want to find out, if you see a pond next to you, find out from the owners who dug that pond. Get the name if you can. If it's been done recently, there are people around that are experienced pond builders. Experienced pond builder will come out to your site, and that excavator will say, look, I don't have a good feeling about this. They'll do some test boring with backhoes. Very important in a karst area like this. Take a look at the subsoils under there. Make sure that this piece of property at least has the better odds of holding water. In the karst country here, a lot of times you'll say, well, it's a 50-50 chance. May hold water, it may not. That's an expensive proposition to have a big hole in your property after you've spent thousands of dollars to have it constructed. So extension folks like myself, Bob Durborow in the back, Ken, there's a lot of folks here. We have information. I've left some out in the hallway, at least on watershed ponds. Get all the information you can, and all this information is free. So do your homework first. It's pretty rough when you call up the county extension office and say that, well, you know, my pond doesn't hold water and I've spent thousands and thousands of dollars, and you didn't do your homework first. It's kind of like what Angela was talking about. Before you grow fish, make sure you have a market. Before you dig, make sure you know what you're doing. Make sure your site's good. I told one guy, it was down in Callaway County near where I live, to go out and buy a bass boat instead of put a pond in. And he was delighted with that. His wife wasn't. But, you know, the point is that he had gravel throughout his property. It wasn't going to hold water. And he was right near one of the big lakes down there, so he could go and fish there and not have a leaking pond on his property. So get all the help you can. I've already talked about testing. This is, again, not rocket science. Go around with a backhoe, dig some holes down into the subsoils and see what's under there. Probably about 4 per acre isn't bad. A little bit of backhoe time is nothing compared to the construction costs you will get into in constructing a pond. And you know, your rock formations are a huge issue in this area, all the limestone, sand seams, gravel seams out where I live in alluvial soils left over from rivers is a big consideration out there too. So do the best you can before developing a site. Make sure the odds are with you so the pond holds water. Moving on, you'll need at least 20% clay to bind the soil particles together. It's got to be not too moist, not too dry to get good compaction. A maximum of 6 inches is the blanket that should be made out, rolled out, and then compacted. 4 to 6 inches, something like this, with proper clay content in there. Blanket after blanket goes into building the dam or the earthworks. And this is what you need to do. Without proper compaction, which is a tedious job, it's time consuming and it's expensive. Without proper compaction, in many soil types, your soils are just not going to hold water. And that leads to a lot of unhappiness. And it's very hard to fix this later on as opposed to doing it right in the first place, because all those soil profiles have to be layered one after the other on top of each other. So keep that in mind. It really needs to be done right the first time and not retroactively. A little picture of a cross section of the dam. I don't have time to go through all this, but right in the center you see a core. This is the best quality clay soils that you can get. And these need to be compacted into the core, and there's a trench dug down there called the keyway or the core trench. This keeps water from undermining the dam and basically weakening the structure and blowing out the dam. This is very important to have this keyway to keep water from seeping in underneath the dam, moving on through it and weakening the structure. Typically, I like 3-to-1 slopes on the inside, 3-to-1 slope on the backside, maybe even a 4-to-1 if you have the room and the money. A 4-to-1 is a lot nicer to mow. You want to keep woody vegetation off these dams. Again, the roots from trees over time can weaken the structure, especially when that tree dies. It leaves a cavity after the roots rot, and it can allow water to pipe through the dam and basically weaken the structure. You want a good enough width on top for vehicle traffic. Just grass is fine. You don't have to gravel it. But a good enough dam width on top, I'll talk about that a little bit later when I talk about levee ponds, but to allow vehicle traffic and mowing. You want to be able to maintain this thing. You don't want to have to go out there with a weed whacker and maintain this because you can't get a vehicle over it. So the crest of the dam width is important. Make sure you can get a vehicle or a mower or something across it. Just a picture of a digging of a core trench. It's my neighbor's pond, built a couple of years ago. This one leaked, by the way, and it's a source of much unhappiness. You can see all the earth that's been being moved here. Pan in the foreground. A lot of this core trench was dug out by excavator. This is what a washed out dam looks like if you don't do this right. If you don't lock that dam with good soils into the earthworks, into that subsoil structure there, you'll have a lot of problems. And this is all the piping just blown downstream after a storm. Remember, when you build a pond, a bulldozer is used to remove all the topsoil, push it up in a corner somewhere, and that's used to backdress the structures, the dams and the levees after they're constructed. You want to get vegetation on there. You want to build the pond in the subsoils. The topsoils contain organics. The organics will break down. If you build a structure on top of organic soils, over time, those organics will break down, your soils will break down, and you'll lose a dam like you see in this particular instance here. You have to have the right kind of soils. Not all soils are good for pond construction. That's where the soil experts come in and get the sites properly appraised. Drains. A lot of people do not want to go through the trouble of putting drains in their pond. I will say, it's my personal opinion, but unless you have a very shallow pond, and even then I'd recommend a drain, for fish culture you need a drain, especially in these deep water ponds that we have in this part of the state and much of Kentucky. We have hilly land. You're going to be able to want to drain that pond. You're going to be able to want to adjust the water level in it. So drains done properly will work. So that's my pitch for drains. On the outside of the drain, this again during the construction process, as the layers and layers of soil are being compacted, you want to put in a pipe with an anti-seep collar on it. The anti-seep collar radiates about 2 feet out from the drain pipe in all directions. This keeps water from moving along the outside of that pipe and weakening the dam. It will stop there at that particular structure. Now this is a membranous one that you can use PVC sheets, concrete, just about anything. The important thing is to keep water from moving along the outside of that pipe and weakening the dam. So this is really critical. I don't know how many ponds I've seen without anti-seep collars, and our smaller ponds for aquaculture purposes generally only need one. You don't need to over-engineer and put 3 of these things in, but one of them you do need. So again, that's really critical. Any plumbing going through the dam, whether it's for cattle watering, anything else, you need an anti-seep collar. A discharge pipe. At the end of this pipe, it's a good idea to keep that about 2.5, 3 feet above the water. This is my friend here, the green sunfish, which have a habit during quiescent times of jumping into the drains, swimming up the standpipes or into the drains and getting into the ponds. You wouldn't believe it, but they're very good at it. And the streams of Kentucky, creeks, everywhere is filled with green sunfish. One about this big can be an adult and go in there and lay thousands of eggs and make your life miserable. So again, do the homework, prepare these ponds properly, and you won't have nearly the problems that you would otherwise. Emergency spillways. Now this is on a 50-acre pond out in Marshall County, I believe. A rather Cadillac of a spillway. I prefer grass spillways. They shouldn't be used all that often, really, but you don't need. This is nicer than my driveway. But the point is you want a place in the abutment of the dam where the dam joins the surrounding hillside in a watershed pond where you're damming up a valley. The abutment's where the dam joins the original hillside. This is typically where you put the emergency spillway. You make it a few feet less than the dam so that during flood conditions, the water has a path of least resistance and it goes out. You can see by this rather large tree or branch in this spillway here that in bigger ponds and lakes, good size pieces of debris come down and can block up your spillway. So be cognizant of that. And this usually happens, like most things happen somewhere on the holidays when the weather's really nasty, and Christmas Day, big storm or something like that. So you've got to make sure your spillways, your emergency spillways, stay clear. But again, just a grassy earthen structure is about all you need in most cases. Some people put riprap and other things in there, but I think in most cases, something you can maintain, a grass seeded earthen spillway, something you can mow and maintain is probably best and easiest. Certainly least expensive. Moving on to levee ponds. All right, so these are flatland ponds. Now, levee ponds have no watershed, appreciable watershed. This is the only water coming into these are what you add either from surface or well water or what falls directly in the pond. So these things are going to need to be filled up by some external source of water. Again, land that's relatively flat, 2 to 5% slope. We build these ponds probably 5 or 6 feet deep now. We're starting to build them a little deeper than we did in the past. But again, the whole idea is to be able to get a net through this and get your fish out of it. So these are cut and fill type ponds, and they can vary anywhere. I would say in Kentucky, I've seen them anywhere from 1/2 to 10 acres. We haven't seen too many levee style ponds over 10 acres. I don't know how well you can see this, but these guys are running a net through here, one side to the other, and this is how you round up the fish. That thing in the middle is a live car, basically a structure which traps all the fish in the end of the net to harvest them. Let's see. So how do we fill these up? Well, you need water and lots of it. Probably a minimum is somewhere around 10 gallons per minute per acre from a well. 50 gallons is better. The one thing about West Kentucky where I work is we have abundant groundwater and it's relatively shallow. It's good quality for the most part. You can use surface water, from a reservoir, a stream, or river. Two problems with surface waters. One, they are likely to contain pathogens from other fish, so there's that issue. You can bring in pathogens and other unwanted species of fish and insects into your pond. And also, when is surface water least abundant? Well, in the dry season when you need it the most. August, September, October, those months when you'd really like to top off your pond and the water in those creeks and rivers is way down and you may just not have enough water to pump in those areas. Now, plenty of people grow fish just using watershed sources, but again, you have to stock and feed according to those limitations. Low flow, low pond volumes. You can't stock your ponds and feed your ponds the way you would in a levee style pond that's fed by well water, for instance, where you just have to flip a switch and you can replenish the pond. Just some facts and figures. Typically our levee ponds are rectangular. They're kind of boring looking. Length width ratio somewhere around Oh, 2 to 1, something like this. They're all shapes and sizes. The point is you want to be able to get your net across them. I know I work with some seines that are 700 to 1,000 feet long, and it's really nice to make sure that your seine will reach across your pond, because it's hard to seine up a pond if that's not the case. The crown of the levees, you want to make sure for aquaculture purposes you can get vehicles on there, boom trucks, other vehicles, live haul trucks to pick up fish. You know, a 16-foot width on the crown of the levee, the top of the levee is ideal. There are also some floodplain issues. I haven't gotten to too much of this, but in Arkansas and some of the other places, some of the fish farms do flood. And they're built in lowland areas, flatlands, and so keep this in mind. There are permitting requirements. I don't know how well these are enforced by Division of Water, but check into this, again, before you spend a lot of money on this type of structure. Bulldozers, as I mentioned before, these smaller ponds, probably less than 2 acres, are often built by bulldozer. You see the gizmo in the back, looks like a wheel or a roller. That's a sheep's foot roller. This is used to compact the layers of soil. Again, 4 to 6 inch blankets. Each one has to be compacted down by this thing. A lot of people just use bulldozer tread to compact soils. Bulldozer treads are designed to float over wet soils to keep the thing from getting stuck. It's not a compaction device. And a lot of problems, I think, with our leaking ponds is that improper compaction when the dam is built and it comes back later to haunt you. Not all soils need this, but a lot of soils do. So keep that in mind. Again, knowing what you're doing. Most of our small ponds are built by bulldozer. They are, probably 2 acres and less, and the bulldozer operators around here tend to charge by the hour and not by the cubic yard. So, again, you're taking a chance. You might spend a lot of money for somebody who eats sandwiches and works on his bulldozer, otherwise, or else you might get somebody that's really good and gets a lot done in an hour. So hourly wages for pond construction have always made me uncomfortable. I'd rather see cubic yards paying per cubic yard a price for the amount of dirt moved. Again, sparing topsoil. This stuff is important. Push it up to the side. You're going to use it to backdress levees and get these levees seeded as fast as possible. Anything that'll grow. You can switch over to other types of more desirable grass, but even in the spring and the winter, you can plant wheat, winter wheat, things like this, ryegrass, this kind of stuff, just anything to stabilize these soils. The bad news about heavy clay soils is that they erode. They hold water, but they erode. They're heavy and they slough off. That's why we want the 3 to 1 ratios on the inside of the dams. This is why we want to get these seeded and stabilized as fast as possible before the winter erosion takes place from rains and that sort of thing. These are wild guests. No 2 ponds are the same, especially watershed ponds. In terms of pond construction costs, it's just very site specific, and putting out numbers is just about a waste of time. But you can look somewhere between $2,000 and $10,000 per acre, depending on your particular piece of property. If there's rocks that have to be removed, if there's sand seams that have to be covered in, gravel, that's going to add to it. Stumpage, from removing trees, these types of things will add to the cost per acre. So after the pond is built, again, establishing this grass cover as soon as you can. And there are people that'll help you, and there's folks that know all kinds about grass and the extension service with NRCS. You want to just get that stuff stabilized as fast as you can before winter rains set in. Typically, we build ponds late summer, early fall, when soil conditions are the best, when it's dry enough. That's not always the case. I've seen ponds go in December, and I've seen them build in midsummer and spring, but normally it's late summer, early fall. Not so much here, but where I work, out in western Kentucky, eastern Kentucky, our soils are acidic. We don't have the limestone deposits that you all have here, so we have to lime ponds. Probably 3 to 4 tons to the acre is my go-to rate for liming most ponds. The good thing about adding agricultural limestone is that you can't put in too much. It'll just be a point where it's not useful to you anymore. So this is best done before flooding the pond. It's really a nuisance to try to do afterwards. And here we go. It kind of looks like snowstorm in July right here, but that's the process. Pond seepage, again, inadequate siting, inadequate construction is the source of a lot of this. Up here you have the additional benefit or problem of shifting substrata, karst that moves around. We just have to think about the Corvette Museum and what happened there. I mean, the geology here is not stable. It can move. And these obviously can result in ponds holding one day or 1 month and not the next. So get as much help as you can on establishing your site and evaluating your site before you start this process, because it's expensive. People ask me about this, lining ponds, it's really expensive. This pond is a 3/4 acre pond. They were lining back in the 90s, and it was still $30,000 for a 3/4 acre pond. Yeah, well, those guys there were Class D. They were not exactly hired hands, you know. But you know, it's expensive. So lining is an option, but boy, it's a very expensive one. I wouldn't think so. Not growing food. Now, if you had a pay lake or if you had weddings out there or something, you might get it back, but I don't know about growing food. A lot of...
I just wanted to say, too, that it's good to contact the NRCS office because the district conservation is, maybe you mentioned it already, before you build, ponds to make sure that there's no clay there.
Yeah, no, I'd have... Well, that's why we have soil scientists. I'm not one either, but you know, it's really it's invaluable to do your homework, like as it is with any of the rest of this. A few more slides. Ponds in need of renovation. We run into this all the time. Basically, they fill in as soon as you've constructed a pond, it'll start filling in with inorganic and organic matter. It's just the lifespan of a pond. You can do things to slow this process, but eventually, when a pond gets to be 100 years old or something, even the best kept pond is going to need some renovation. And this can be done basically by tracked vehicle pushing this out. If you're really lucky, you can put the spoil from the renovated pond on agricultural lands around you, and you don't have to pay for its disposal. Otherwise, it's pushed up onto the bank, it's allowed to dry, hauled off in dump trucks, and you're paying whatever landfill fee or just whatever disposal fee you have to pay. So anyway, there is a risk of destroying the clay liner while doing this, so it has to be done carefully. You want to get the sediment out, but you don't want to ruin the integrity of the liner in the pond. And this is just a catfish pond undergoing renovation. Catfish ponds probably are supposed to be renovated every 11 to 12 years. This one was about 20 years old. So you can see them reworking the levees, getting that 3-to-1 slope back, where it had gone from a 3-to-1 down to about a 2-to-1 to a 1-to-1 slope. So over time, the levees need to be redone. Some of them get so skinny that you're afraid to drive down them in a vehicle. And between that and mudding down the net when you're harvesting, that's usually enough incentive to renovate a pond. And these things are basically taken out of production for a whole year, dried out, reworked, and then stocked again, maybe later in that year or the next year. That's what I have. Any questions? The question was, do we have to deal with the division of water for the use of surface water? A qualified yes. There was a water removal permit, withdrawal permit, I believe they called it, and that used to be X number of gallons over a certain period of time and 7 Q10s and all this other. Now that's a case-by-case scenario. If you're removing a lot of water, I think, yes, you do have to give them a call, and I don't know what the rules are. Yeah, we're not quite to where you all are in North Carolina, but it may be coming. I don't know. Yeah. All right, that is all I have. Any other questions? Next, we have Bob Durborow to talk about aquatic plants and their control.
So, does anyone want a detailed PowerPoint of my talk? I mean, I'll get it afterwards if you like it. Okay, well, okay. Okay, if you want a copy of that, and you can get one, just let me know, and then I can get you one later. I know when you talk about aquaculture and you say you're an aquaculture specialist, you know, sometimes that brings up like a glamorous type of thoughts or whatever, but the majority of my questions I get are how to control the weeds in people's ponds. So that's kind of the practical aspect of this talk. It's the most common question that we get. So with aquatic weeds, really to control aquatic weeds, you have to really look at them in different categories. Like there's the emergent ones like cattails, for example, spike rush, things like that are controlled a certain way, either prevented or controlled after they're there. There's ones that are rooted and float up to the top. There's submersed weeds. That's probably the biggest problem is submersed weeds. Then there's floating weeds like algae, and there's like phytoplankton or algae that floats that makes the water just a green color. So why are macrophytes, I call it macrophytes, like big weedy plants, why is that a problem? So I contrast that with the algae or phytoplankton, which makes the water just a green color, but macrophytes are the big weedy masses that are in the ponds. They compete with that bloom. It's always nice to have opaque water to block out the sunlight, but if you have macrophytes, if you have big weedy plants there, weeds, that competes with the phytoplankton, so it tends to make the water clear, and the more clear the water is, the more these macrophytes grow, so it becomes a problem. And then forage fish like bluegill, for example, and green sunfish can hide from the predator fish like the bass because they hide in the masses of weeds. And there's other problems too. If you want to go fishing, you can imagine the hook gets tangled up in the weedy masses. And then if you're trying to feed the fish, like floating feed, the fish can't easily find the feed because it gets bound up in the mats of algae, floating algae, whatever. So weed control is one thing, and it's very unpredictable, and you don't want to go there if you don't have to. So preventing weeds is that's the main thing you want to shoot for. Forrest mentioned already that first point there, maintain a water depth of 2.5 to 3 feet. If the water is deep enough, then the sunlight can't penetrate to the bottom. The way you see real problem weeds starting is it's almost like a furry rug on the bottom of the pond, and it's there because the sunlight could penetrate to the bottom, and then once that furry rug, so to speak, gets established, it breaks off, it floats up to the top and causes all sorts of weed problems. So having that proper depth is real helpful. And then, like Forrest also pointed out, having steep banks, like a 3-to-1 slope. You don't want to have a slope that just, starts off at like a third of a foot down to half a foot down, and then it keeps going out, and finally it gets to be eventually 2 feet. That's a big shallow area. Really, a real nice haven for weeds to start growing. So just having abrupt slopes, 3-to-1 slope that from the edge it just drops off abruptly 3-to-1, and you don't have as many weeds along the edge of the pond. You have to be alert with kids and grandkids though, because when you do have a pond that's built properly like that, the kids, once they're in the water, they can go under immediately. So it's not like there's no safety zone there. So you have to keep an eye on kids. If the pond is empty, disc under the existing weeds before the pond starts to fill up. That way you get rid of
problems ahead of time. You want to have a nice phytoplankton bloom out there, like I said, to shade the bottom of the pond out, so you want to have some degree of either muddiness or green turbidity, phytoplankton, or even like an aquatic dye like aquashade can shade out the bottom and prevent weeds from showing up in the first place. You can also stock grass carp that eat weeds. You can stock them in a preventive rate, like 7 per acre. You can harvest the weeds as they show up. Just pull out like cattails, for example, as they show up. Stay, one step ahead of that game. You can use chemical control of the macrophytes as they show up, or maintain fertility with either use of fertilizer or feed, and that creates the phytoplankton bloom, and then that prevents the weeds from showing up. You can stock about 100 or so koi carp, they're common carp, per acre, and they tend to stir up the bottom muds, which creates a little bit of muddiness as well as releasing the nutrients from the pond bottom so that the phytoplankton bloom can become nice and established. So just using koi as a preventive for weeds and if you use koi instead of just common carp, it's they're ornamental too, so it adds a little bit of flavor to the pond. To get that bloom started, the alkalinity of the water should be 20 or above. That's the carbonates, bicarbonates, and carbonates in the water. If the alkalinity is too low, the fertilizers don't work, so that's kind of the idea. And to get the alkalinity high, you can add ag lime, pulverized or pelletized limestone. Pulverized is finely ground, and that works really well interacting with the soil. If it's pelletized, it's actually finely ground and then artificially manufactured into pellets. So it is finely ground, but it's just made into pellets. But you don't want coarse unground limestone. It would take a long, long time for it to have its effects with the soil. So having it pulverized like baby powder or almost like that is better. So triple superphosphate, O46O, that middle number is the phosphorus. So that's usually the limiting nutrient in a pond. So if you shoot for about 20 pounds per surface acre, that helps to establish a bloom. This is especially if you're not feeding the pond. If you're feeding and providing nutrients with feed, you don't have to do this, but otherwise you can use this fertilizer. And then feed it gradually to the pond. You don't want to put 20 pounds, just put all at once. Just use 5 pounds, wait for a while, then put another 5 pounds, for 4 applications of that. It costs about 40 or 50 pounds, $40 per 50-pound bag. I found that at SeaWorldUSA.com. Those prices for these kind of things, fertilizers and herbicides, it's not all that easy to find, but I was digging around recently and finding some of these current numbers. These are 2023 prices. A few years ago, it was $23 per 50-pound bag at Southern States. So I think fertilizers have gone up in price since the, since the pandemic and since inflation started hitting. You have to make sure that the superphosphate gets dissolved. It tends to sink to the bottom and doesn't really dissolve and interact with the water like it should. So trying to gradually feed it to the water works better than just throwing it out there all at once. Liquid fertilizer, same thing. It tends to be heavier than water, so if you put that out, it tends to sink to the bottom and can get bound up with the muds and not do its job. So diluting it and then broadcasting it, spreading it out, maybe behind an aerator is a good approach there. So you're shooting for 1 gallon per surface acre, but you would do increments of a quart at a time when you apply that. That's like 11-37-0 is a common. So nitrogen is 11%, 37% phosphorus, 0% potassium. Koi, like I mentioned, can be used for weed control. And this pond in Marion County had real heavy Pithophora, filamentous pond moss. And Dr. Gomelski and I put koi out into this pond. This was like a demonstration, and in this demonstration we put 45 12-inch koi in this 1 acre pond. It didn't seem to have much an effect, but 3 years later the koi grew from like 1 foot long to about 2 feet long, and all of a sudden they were effective. And then from that point on, the pond never did have any filamentous algae, and it had that problem for a lot of years before that. And this is an example. You can see how the water's not only muddy, but it's greenish muddy, so the nutrients, you know, the phytoplankton bloom is established because the nutrients are released by the koi, and then there's a degree of muddiness too. And you can see there's no weedy masses in there. The water is opaque, but it's not clogged up with weeds. Same with these ponds on our research station up on the campus here at Kentucky State University. You can see the nice brownish greenish color there that prevents weed formation. And you can see what the koi do in the bottom of the ponds when you drain them. The bottom of the pond isn't smooth like it usually is. It's all mounded up with soil because of the action of the activity of the koi. Here you can see a koi. That little orange spot's a koi in the middle of this pond. We put dye in this pond, and this was actually in Jessamine County. There was like a white clay, the type of white clay that is used to make porcelain. And there was white clay in this particular pond, and we added this blue-green aquashade dye, so it kind of created a milky greenish bluish color there. And then the koi, working up the bottom with the turbidity, you know, between those things, the pond stayed weed-free. And you can use a Secchi disc to determine if the pond's turbid enough. You can also put your arm in up to your elbow, and from most people's fingertips to their elbow is about 18 inches. It seems like that works for tall and short people. So you can if you can see your fingers, then it might be too much visibility. So you want to keep those 18 inches. At the end of 18 inches, you don't want to have the visibility, so you know the sunlight's being blocked by the turbidity in the water. And a Secchi disc can act as like the official scientific measurement instead of using your arm and elbow and finger. Okay, just looking at different types of weeds, different types of macrophytes. I'm going to focus on the top one there, submersed weeds. Coontail, okay, maybe y'all have had coontail issues with your ponds. Gneiss, or bushy pondweed. Sago pondweed, similar to Gneiss, but just longer, more ribbony type of leaves. There is a close difference. On the left there, there's sago pondweed, and that's a plant. And then on the right is Cara or muskgrass, which is technically an algae. The reason that's important is if you have Cara or muskgrass, which is an algae, you can use copper sulfate pretty easily to control that. But a higher plant like sago pondweed, you have to use, you could use chelated copper, that's a possibility, certain types, or other types of herbicides like diquat dibromide, for example, to control that. So it's a difference in how you control it. Oh yes, that's right. And we're going to do that later in the talk. There's herbicides that have been on patent for a long time, or they've gone off patent, I guess, and they've become generic, and they're really cheap to use. And then there's ones like Sonar or Galleon, like the new, really, slick kind. Like they don't cause any problem to the fish. I mean, they're real environmentally safe and all that, but they're very, very expensive. We'll see some of those prices. Right, and that's just it. We exactly, and we have to be real strict with aquaculture. Well, just ponds in general, because they're food fish. We have to recommend only herbicides that are approved for use in ponds. So, yeah, I think years ago, decades ago, that everyone used to be real loose about that, but these days people are very, very cautious and conscientious about that for the most part. Okay, this kind of summarizes what I just said so far about higher plants are controlled one way. Filamentous algae, there's a certain type of filamentous algae, the bottom bullet there, the last line, Pithophora, that's like a wet wool type filamentous algae that's very hard to control. So that one, you can't just throw out copper sulfate and control that one. There's special herbicides for that one. Okay, so speaking of which, Q-Trine Ultra is one of those that's really good against Pithophora. And this is Pithophora with duckweed mixed in. So there's little speckles in there of duckweed, so I'm not talking about that, but the weedy mass there is Pithophora. Hydrothol 191 can control that as well. And again, preventing this from occurring works so much better. When you use the proper herbicide to control the specific weed, you're going by the book. Sometimes it doesn't work. So, that's kind of like a warning. Just try to prevent the weeds rather than, think, well, I'll just control it later. The control measure could work, but sometimes it doesn't. The prevention works much better. These are chelated coppers. They're kind of bound up coppers that are released slowly into the water. And certain ones work, like Q-Trine Ultra, the third one down there, works well with Pithophora. The last four are copper, chelated coppers, but they control higher plants, regular weedy weed type plants like the sago pondweed, for example, comine, pondmaster, nautique, and captain. Here's an example of a pondweed. This one is curly leaf pondweed, Potamogeton. This is a pondweed. It almost looks like it's somewhat of an emergent, but it's really considered a submerged weed because most of it's underwater. Normally for submerged weeds, we could use something like Reward or Weed Trine D, which is diquat, like diquat dibromide. You can also use Aquathol K or Aquathol Super K, or even Sonar. And then, like I mentioned, the chelated coppers can work as well. The University of Florida has some nice websites for aquatic weed control. I just list that there. If you have the PowerPoint, or get the PowerPoint for me later, or you can take a picture of these slides for if you want to go to some of these sites in the future. Just to point out that, at seedranch.com, this is a recent, 2023 price, $140 a gallon. Reward, the common diquat commercial product, is 37% active ingredient. There's a much cheaper diquat on the market, Weed Trine D, but you have to keep in mind it's only 8.5% active ingredient of diquat. So you have to be careful what you're buying. It can be cheaper per gallon, but it might not be as strong. Here's some other diquat containing herbicides: Harvester, Tribune, Weedplex Pro. And then Aquathol Super K, that's granular. It's an endothol compound. And Aquathol K is liquid, Aquathol Super K is granular. They're dipotassium salts. They're contact herbicides. So if you're looking at herbicides, keep in mind there's contact herbicides and then there's systemic herbicides. And they're both used for different weeds and in different ways. So that's good. And now, as the slideshow goes on here, those differences will come out. Okay, so what do Aquathol K and Aquathol Super K control? The submerged weeds, the following ones here. For example, coontail, hydrilla, Naeus, Potamogeton pondweeds. I think hydrilla is always the popular one that's that gives people fits, that people hate a lot. Sonar, also sold as trade name Avast, Allegor fluoridone, and other fluoridone-containing products. Sonar is one of those real expensive herbicides that's systemic. It works very slowly, like over a 30 to 90-day period, but it tends to last a long time, and it's taken up into the plant, and it's not just a contact herbicide. It's taken up by the leaves, and it translocates down to the root of the weed and kills the weed kills it better for a longer period of time. Okay, sometimes sonar is like the only choice, the main treatment of choice for duckweed and watermeal, which are very much of a common problem in Kentucky. It's expensive, but sometimes only the only logical choice to make. It does not kill phytoplankton bloom, so that's a good trait of sonar. And it kills a broad spectrum of submersed weeds, and it goes for $120 per quart for sonar ready to use, RTU. That's kind of a, that's not the concentrated, real expensive form. That's just like in a convenient lay type bottle that can be purchased and used. Would tend not to be used, I don't think, by commercial weed control applicators. Here's some pictures of duckweed. You know, it's a tiny little plant. It actually has leaves. Watermeal. This watermeal is more like cornmeal. It feels like cornmeal, gritty. It doesn't have obvious leaves like duckweed does. So, what does sonar control? The submersed weeds, coontail, hydrilla, etc. And some of the newer herbicides, topramazone, Oasis is a trade name for it. It is a systemic herbicide that controls actively growing floating plants like water hyacinth, emergent plants like arrowhead. You all have seen arrowhead. Submerged plants like pondweed, potamogeton. And galleon is another systemic. Panoxylum is the generic name. It's effective on those weeds that are listed there, including water hyacinth, sago, pondweed. And it's oftentimes used alternately, rotationally with sonar, because you don't want the weeds to develop resistance to sonar, so you wouldn't want to use sonar all the time. Galleon would be a good alternative. As far as weeds, herbicides are concerned, it's a relatively new one. 2007 it was approved, so that seemed like a long time ago. For herbicide, that's kind of recent. Similar to sonar, it kills weeds slowly, over that 30 to 90 day period, which reduces the chances of all the weeds dying real quickly all of a sudden and causing a dissolved oxygen problem. So it's good for the environment, just it works gradually and more slowly. This last point here is very important. Do not treat sections, okay? So if you're treating a submersed weed and you're using a contact herbicide, and this is not a contact herbicide, but if you're using a contact herbicide, you could treat like 1/3, wait 1 or 2 weeks, treat the middle third, wait 1 or 2 weeks, treat the remaining third, 1 or 2 weeks later for contact herbicide. But if it's a systemic herbicide, you have to treat the whole thing, because it takes such a long time, it would just simply be diluting out. It would be, if you did 1/3, it would just be 1/3 too weak, and it wouldn't really do any weed control type of activity, because it would be not at the proper dose. Okay, Renovate, generic is triclopyr. It's an aquatic herbicide, labeled for submersed, immersed, like emergent, and floating plants. It too is a systemic. It controls alligator weed, water hyacinth, water lily, primrose, the one with the yellow flower, that emergent type weed. Renovate 3 is a liquid. Renovate on target flakes is another form of Renovate. And then there's another treatment strategy of mixing the Renovate triclopyr with 2,4-D. And those two things in combination are pretty effective. This schematic shows how the Renovate OTF on target flakes on the far right there sink down to where the weeds are and do the killing there, so you can get away with using less herbicide that way versus treating the whole pond with Renovate that gets diluted out, and then the concentration eventually kills the weeds at the bottom, but it doesn't go directly to those weeds. 2,4-D, this is commonly seen on farms around the country, so a lot of times it can be used. And I suppose one should technically use a 2,4-D that's labeled for use in ponds, and it controls emergent weeds like smartweed, primrose, arrowhead, and also floating water hyacinth. And you can see the price there that I found online. Looking at emergent weeds, these are kind of the ones you tend to identify more, like smartweed with that pinkish flower, spike rush growing along the edge of the pond, willows. They eventually turn into significant willow trees along the edge. These erode the pond bank, create nice habitat for snakes to live in. It's good for people like to get rid of these emergent weeds along the edge of the pond. Alligator weeds, another one. Cattails, of course. If you're working with the public, you have to ask a lot of questions, because I went into a long discourse about how these people can get rid of the cattails and then, or what to do with the cattails, and then they said, well we like the cattails. They said it attracts red-winged blackbirds, so they like to keep. Anyway, so I said, well, as far as using rodeo or a glyphosate to kill it, just forget that I said that. Just don't. Just keep the cattails. There's always these counterpoints, and I'm sure I told these people too that if you do keep weeds in the ponds, because maybe you like because they attract birds or whatever, it does tend to eventually lead into the pond filling in. Because if you let the weeds take over the pond, it gradually becomes more shallow and more shallow over the years and becomes a swamp. So you have to either manage it to be a wildlife refuge or your pond. You sort of should make a choice there. This one, glyphosate, rodeo, Roundup is a terrestrial variety, and since glyphosate's been in the news a lot, take proper precautions when you use this, because I guess it may potentially cause non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Then you mix a surfactant with glyphosate because you want it to stick onto the leaf of the weed. So this is like a soap. So Sidekick 2 is a labeled surfactant for herbicides to make it stick onto the leaves. If you're using Roundup around your house, you usually put a squirt of laundry detergent in so that acts as a surfactant there and makes it stick on the weeds around your yard. So this same principle here with pond emergent weeds. Habitat's also used on emergent weeds. I had a friend in South Carolina, extension specialist. He liked the activity of habitat. He thought the Imazapyr is the generic name. He thought it was very effective, and he called it like glyphosate on steroids. So I guess that's a compliment. So habitat is not good for submerged weeds. It's for emergent type of weeds. It controls the emergent alligator weed, water lily, primrose, cattails, smartweed, willows, etc. It does tend to be effective against floating weeds like duckweed and water hyacinth. Some other new Clearcast, Imazamox. It's a fairly new herbicide. It's systemic, can be used for submerged, emergent, and floating weeds. Tradewin, this pyrobac sodium, that can be used for a wide range of weeds. And if your weed is resistant to sonar, it can be used for that purpose too, to treat hydrilla if it's resistant to fluoridone, which is sonar. Forrest, Wynne, teaches an annual certification for continuing education units, CEUs, for pesticide applicators. So, in the past, I've helped him, to teach that to applicators to get their license. They have to have so many CEU credits per year to get an applicator's license. So if you ever want to delve into more detail like that, you could look up, he'll go to county agents' offices, Forrest will, and teach these courses, just to let you know that they're out there, they're available. Stingray is carfentrazone ethyl. It's a rather new herbicide. Just for sake of time, I won't spend too much time on the details here. I mean, you can look these up. Clipper is, I get a lot of good feedback from the field from consultants that control weeds for their clients. And they like Clipper a lot. They like it for Pithophora. They like it for duckweed. It's a contact herbicide. And it works well on other submersed weeds. You should treat it when the pH is low, which is usually early in the morning. So that's just a little side note there. Okay, Green Clean Pro. You probably have heard of Green Clean Pro. That's popular among koi. Yes. Yes. Yes, I was, this is an abridged PowerPoint presentation. That's in my full one. Yeah, so, yeah, because, yeah. And it didn't work. It did a very good job. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's I think they call it a category 14 herbicide. It has a real high tendency for the weeds to develop resistance against it. So it's very effective, but it shouldn't be used very often. You shouldn't show your hand of cards to the weeds very often for a clipper. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if you want the full PowerPoint, I can send that to you, and it'll have a lot of details like that in it. I think, yeah, I knew we were under. It's a nice day out there too, and Dr. Semmens has this beautiful floating raceways. Well, anyway, yeah, and Paul's going to talk about things outside too, and Forrest, I guess, might be out there waiting, and John. Yeah, he's setting up for the outdoor, yeah, and then John Kelso is going to talk about weeds. He'll actually be able, actually demonstrate what I'm talking about here, pond side. Okay, I mentioned Green Clean Pro before. And then this is a new one that, Forrest pointed this out to me yesterday, some of the details on this one, and I retained them in the slide presentation too. It's a systemic herbicide for freshwater aquatic vegetation, including water hyacinth, the alligator weed, lotus, primrose, etc. If you're applying it to plants that have leaves above the water, you should use a surfactant so it sticks to those leaves. And then if it's applied in the water, you don't have to worry about the surfactant. Coontail, hydrilla, water milfoil, parrot feather. So I think this is what Forrest was pointing out. There's no restrictions for recreational purposes, including swimming and fishing. That's true for a lot of new herbicides. They kind of have designed them to be environmentally safe, to work physiologically only against plants' physiology and not affect mammalian, metabolic pathways. That's pretty nice. But you have to have a permit, I think actually from the company that makes Procellacor. You have to maybe even have a training course, I think, from that company. So there's some strict regulations on how to use it and when to use it and who can actually give you permission. In that, both handouts have charts similar to this, where I have a tendency, and it seems to usually work, where I categorize different types of weeds to what actually works for controlling them. So you can just see, I won't go through reading all these, but you look at submersed weeds, Pithophora is like a specific kind of submersed weed, emergent weeds, and floating weeds, and then filamentous algae. So there's different types of herbicides that tend to work with these types of weeds. And You don't have to necessarily always be a weed identification expert. You can, oftentimes, if they fit into these categories, the herbicide will typically work. Prices here, you can just see that, well, I won't go into all the details here. There's one, the sonar I mentioned, the bottom one there. I mean, it can be like, you know, $1,800 a gallon. You know, now, what I'm envisioning is you have a really nice lake, you know, you have a very expensive club that people belong to, you know, the club wants to make sure there's, you know, that the clientele are happy with the lake, you know, and I can envision a case like that where it might be worth spending the money to do that. Or maybe if you have multiple ponds or multiple people in an area can buy the, you know, the gallon and then split it up, you know, amongst themselves for however much they need. And the prices continue. That forestrydistributing.com, I found that to be a really useful site for herbicides. And then AquaShade, different dyes to prevent weeds from showing up in the first place. And yeah, and as I mentioned before, these are current 2023 prices. So yeah, and these are some of the newer ones that I mentioned, like Stingray, Tradewind, Clipper, Clearcast. And then looking at, this is kind of a general, I had a more detailed chart, but this is kind of in general. Glyphosate, for example, is inexpensive. You know, rodeo, for example, is not that expensive. Fluoridone, sonar is expensive but effective. Similar with Gallium, I don't have that here, but that's very expensive but very effective. Hydrothol 191, kind of a moderate price. 2,4-D, inexpensive to moderate. You know, Diquat is fairly inexpensive. That Reward, that's been kind of off-label. I mean, the patent has run out for quite a while now, so it's a little bit more affordable. And then Clipper tends to not be all that expensive either. So then when you look at grass carp, I mean, that's a biological control, and it can be used for preventive as well as treating weeds, and that's sometimes a nice approach to take. So if you have a pond and you want to prevent weeds from showing up, you might carry, you know, 7 or so grass carp per acre. If you have a weed problem that exists, you might try 10 to 15 per acre. If it's clogged up real significantly with weeds, you might go as high as 25 or more per acre of grass carp. You have to use triploid sterile grass carp. Yeah, that's an important thing because Fish and Wildlife will require it to be. And I think if you get these through Malone's, typically in Arkansas, I think they usually carry them. They make sure that they're triploid. They run tests to make sure that they're triploid and they're in compliance with the law. So if you need to contact me, that's my email. You can contact john.kelso too. And there's that handout, that PDF that I handed out. I do have 2 more copies of that. Not the PowerPoint, but the handout, if anyone wants another copy of that. They're $10 each. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, any questions? Okay, I guess we can head outside now. Paul, you speak next. So we should just follow you down there? Okay. All right, good. Thanks.
For those folks who are online, we're terminating this part of the program, and we're breaking to meet down at the pond and for some demonstrations and discussion and view the floating raceways. We thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you again here sometime soon at the next third Thursday meeting. Thank you very much.